All right, good morning. Good morning, everyone. We're here for the Top Cut One Piece Online Regionals. I'm joined with Brian. How you doing, Brian?
Doing pretty good. Hopefully people can hear me.
Yeah.
It's been a while. It's been a minute. So
yeah. Got a couple of cobwebs on the old mic, perhaps, right? Getting
literal dust. Literal dust. I had to clean it off this morning. So but it's been good. Yeah, we're here for the Top Cut Events Online Regional. And yeah, it's actually I'm kind of just jumping into it. So you're gonna have to let me know a few things. I'm gonna ask chat a couple times.
Like you joke there. So. It is a few things you need to know. What Jack is. You need to know who's is. Perhaps the Carrot 5 cost occasionally. That gets you in the ballpark at least. I think that gives you a good primer for what this is looking like.
I mean, based on those three things, you probably don't have to teach me much.
No, Nami's relevant, so you're the Nami commentator for sure.
Hey man, we played last night or the other day.
Yeah,
and I got pretty close.
You did. You did.
It was sequencing.
Yeah.
Sequencing. I missed it, but it's all good.
Yeah.
We're here, and I'm ready for some more One Piece.
Yeah. So this is OP08 Metastar decks are not out yet. We do have, I think, just around 1,000 people, so we do expect 10 rounds today of this one. And we've been trying to get through the deck list as well as we can. I've got a favorite pick for me going into this round one, assuming they show up. They've got a couple minutes too, so I won't say what leader they're playing in case they don't show up, I suppose, for round one. Yeah. But yeah, I think that this is I'm really looking forward to this event and see what tops. We did have the Paris regionals that happened, or not regionals, finals that happened, where a couple of unique decks showed up into their top 32, including a Yamato and a Red Black Sabo, which I thought was really interesting.
Which is cool, which is very cool. You said this isn't starter deck meta?
Yeah, no starter decks, no.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, so I mean, nothing too crazy, nothing too surprising as far as what we've seen and what we picked out so far. Yeah, I'm really not seeing too much. It'd be cool to see like a purple Luffy as well.
Yeah, purple Luffy's been around pretty much. I wouldn't be too surprised to find it a little bit later, to be honest. So I think we won't have any issues finding that one in my mind either.
For sure. What we also won't find too many issues with is the other Luffy, which is
I thought you were going to say the audio because I'm like, fingers crossed.
Nah. Yeah, Black Luffy, Rob Lucci, all the other black goodness. Don't clip that. There's a bunch of other things I'm just looking over.
Yeah.
And Nami. I would like to commentate in Nami sometime. For sure.
I'm pretty sure there will be we won't have a choice, I think, eventually. As in it's gonna be at the top tables, I think. So I generally like having like one game of Nami on the stream, just for flavor, right? Yeah. Just for showing off the deck. It's also, if I'm allowed to be a bit of a greedy commentator, it lets me play the game for a round, right? Because I can pretend I'm the Nami player and be like, oh, do this, do that.
Sure.
It's a fun little mini game for sure.
Yeah. Well,
fun, subjective, maybe.
Yes. I would also like to see a Zoro. I know we were talking about that a little bit.
Yeah.
I don't know what his best matchup would be, but you can give me some insight on that.
Nami, it does very well against. Purple Luffy does really well against. Star Deck 14 Luffy does okay with. Rob Lucci has a really hard time. And Black Yellow Luffy, if they're able to just become a 9k leader. Zoro, even if we have like John Bay and stuff, unless your opponent like doesn't respect their power, it's a little bit tricky for that deck to win against that matchup too.
Yeah, that one seems tough. Like, what do you actually do? I was
Yeah.
trying to figure that out the other day. I was like, I'm like, what do you? I mean, there's nothing you can really do if they sequence it correctly. Which with Black Yellow Luffy, you can probably do it every single turn, right? Or at least get close to it. So yeah, that one's a tough one. So hopefully we don't see that one if we do run into a Zoro. And I was trying to look through other ones that I might be interested in. Maybe like a Charlotte Pudding. Haven't really seen too many of those out here.
Yeah.
But it is an option as well.
Yeah, and I'm looking. Round one is starting, but one of our players hasn't shown up yet, so I am waiting for that.
Could see if there's another alternative.
Yeah, I'm reaching out for it as well.
Okay.
But yeah,
this one would be pretty cool.
It's unfortunate. It's the player that I've done enough of these before, where if someone puts like a unique leader or something, half the time it's because
they're not going to play.
Yeah, they're not going to play. They submit a deck list and they don't show up.
Yeah.
So they just put a random 50 on it.
Yeah, which is a bummer because it seems like a cool matchup for sure.
Yeah. But if they don't show up, then we do have to jump to another one. So I'm going to give them another minute, but I am on the lookout for other matches too.
Okay. Yeah, I was just hopping into these other ones. We got like a purple Luffy versus Discord. Please load.
Oh.
Jurley Bonnie. That would be pretty interesting.
I think they're here.
They're here. Okay. Cool.
Are they're here? They're unvoiced. Maybe they're saying they're not. Here, let me see.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Yeah, their video is not on.
Yeah. Can you listen to it? Because
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, my guess is they're saying that they can't play, which is a shame.
We're talking right now.
Okay. All right. Well, let me here. We're gonna find out our first match. We're gonna just go to our BRB. Oh, maybe I see your camera turn on. Give us 1 minute.
They were splaining.
All right, cool. Give us 1 moment then. We should have our match pretty soon, but let me get that set up. We'll be right back. All right, we are at the game. It is going to be the Battle of the Brothers is going to be the OPO 5 Sabo versus the Star Deck 14 Luffy.
Battle of the Brothers is one way to put it.
How would you put it, Brian? Let me. Do you want me? I can go back to like the BRB and then I can intro again, and you can you can intro it.
Well, there's. Yeah, I don't really have anything else.
It's 8 a.m. on a Saturday. I'm allowed to be a little lackluster at the beginning, but
same. I was looking at these. I was just looking, what kind of potential cards could be in these decks? Obviously, with this newer starter deck leader with Luffy. Obviously, all of the good black cards between Kuzan and Gecko Moria, no surprise there. And a bunch of other cards like the new Jack. We were talking about that as well. All things are definitely expected. I think what's cool about Sabo is that he can play all those and throw a little spice in there, right? So some of the Revolution Army stuff, some of the stuff that really interacts really well with the leader. And we're starting out with a brand new. So there you go. That's one of them. Nice little searcher.
Yeah, it's this thing where like red and yellow haven't really been, or not red and yellow, red and black haven't really had like a fantastic color combination. Since like the ways that they interact with cards are different, either cost minusing or using the power minusing. So the interaction with that isn't super good, but there are some great effects. The Sabo effect is fantastic, and part of the reason I want to go over this match too is just Sabo did get a top 32 finish in Paris this last weekend, and I'm looking forward to seeing how this deck performs.
Right, and those who may have forgotten, not me, the effect for the Sabo, the red black Sabo, not the red yellow, because I think that's what you were thinking of at first. The Don X1, one Don underneath, on his opponent's turn, once per turn, if one of your characters of 5k more power is KO'd, you may give that minus 1,000 power this turn, and it does not get KO'd. So, pretty annoying effect for a lot of different things. Obviously, going against black, and if they try to pop it, reduce the cost, whatever it may be. And we do have those requirements. It gets really annoying for our Luffy player. So going down to 3 already, going pretty quick, getting some cards into his hand, and we're doing the same on Luffy's end.
Yeah,
and right into a Kuzan.
Yeah, so part of the reason Sabo's been, I think, on a lot of people's radar is that the protection is only for KOs, and when we had like Red Purple Law so present previously, and also Sakazuki, both cards are really good for like bottom deck removal. That kind of interaction just invalidates kind of Sabo as a leader. So with either like less popular or more costly versions of like ways to get around the protection, he's been I know a lot of people have been kind of eyeing it up. So
yeah, it makes sense.
We're going down to 2 also. That's pretty quick on that.
Really not vowing his life, but vowing the cards in his hand. And he's a multicolor leader. He started at 4, so it kind of makes sense that he's going down pretty quickly. But I think here is probably where he's going to stay. Hopefully, we'll see though.
Yeah, and so we played out the Shirahoshi. It is a blocker that gives -4 cost. We used it to get a -4 to the Kuzan, and then we attacked with the Brook. And since we don't have a Don underneath the Sabo, we don't have any protection, unfortunately. So I think there are some cards coming up that will help you get like consistent Don underneath your leader for protection. But without that Kuzan has to fall, unfortunately.
Do you think it was a little bit better to play the Kuzan a little bit later, or do you think like playing it on curve and seeing if they have it or not?
Yeah, I mean, with Brook already on the field, right, you just have to establish like an Ice Age, or I guess like a Helmeppo. So I would say Shirahoshi is a less common pick. So you kind of wanted to be, if you weren't expecting your opponent to play that, I think you were in an okay spot. So
yeah,
I don't know. It's a little bit tough.
Yeah, I mean, there's only a handful of cards at that Dawn range that would kind of make sense, And Shirahoshi's a 1K, so like at worst, maybe that's what they're thinking of. Like, I'm gonna be able to remove X, what I would say. Any kind of 5k or 5 cost. Sorry.
Yeah.
So, okay. Doing his own little brand new. All these cards with the alt arts. I always forget that. I would. It always seems like people who play black always has the sauce.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
There's always people who play black.
Yeah, they've got a lot of good alt arts that exist right now, and the 2K Tashigi is really nice. We see this Rebecca as well, being able to use the effect to.
Classic.
It looks like grabbing the Sanji. Interesting. Okay, and then playing out another brand new from hand, top 3. Either a T-Bone or Kuzan added to hand.
Yeah. These aren't too bad. All these brand news being played, being able to draw cards, drew basically 2, 2K, and now setting up our Gecko Moria for later for our trash. Because, obviously when it comes to Rob Lucci, it's a little bit easier. Obviously back in the day with Sakazuki, which in retrospect, hey, it's kind of crazy. we drew
Yeah.
we drew Dropwood and drew it, right? But it's to set up our trash is a little bit harder, and that's kind of the thing that I've always seen. Obviously, I've been out the game for a little bit, but for non like higher tier black leaders to set up your trash, right? So being able to take those opportunities every time you can is probably what our player here is thinking.
Yeah,
we're swinging brand new. Let's go.
I was going to say, time and time again, brand new has been so many decks kind of win and lose if you play brand new on your first time, because it's the card draw is whatever, but just putting 3 cards into your trash at times can set up the rest of the game. So it's been it's the reason why like the Navy package is just always so tempting, because it's so good.
Yeah. I mean, definitely. Like, there's so many good cards in that pool. So many ways that you can get stuff and draw. And this one is the
Nico Robin. Yeah. So normally I had to double check. This is normally what you would play in the starter deck 14 Luffy and not in the Sabo. If you have an 8 cost or higher card on your board, one player when attacking, you give something minus, I think it's 4 or 5. I'd have to double check
minus
the exact note.
5.
Yeah.
Like.
So Sabo definitely needs cost reduction because it has none of it inherently. So that does help. But
but this one might. Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah.
We're probably fine.
This is just for value. Oh my goodness. 2 I think those are 2 jacks. I think that they all art for Jack messes me up.
Yeah, that is,
I believe it is Jack though.
Maybe it's Jack. I thought it was Brook at first, but yeah, it's Jack.
Yeah.
7 cost Jack. So yeah, I mean, hey, value is good. We're establishing our Kuzan for cost reduction of our own. Gecko Moria obviously makes our Nico Robin a little bit better, or not Nico Robin, but Nico Robin. If they get their own Gecko Moria, they can probably remove theirs.
Yeah, and the other thing too, now we have an 8 cost out for our Luffy, which means that we're a 7k leader with this 1 Dawn attached, and we'll be a 6k leader next turn. And 3 1ks to get out of a 7k attack. That's pretty rough.
That's tough. I mean, maybe this is why we were taking those early life, right? We were like, hey man, I need a 2k somewhere, and we just were not getting it.
Yeah, I think that's generally correct on that. And we're going to 10 Dawn now.
Okay, so all right, let's see what our Sabo can do. It's good because like, technically we can protect our Nico Robin. We can protect a couple different things, but it looks like we're just gonna go ahead and play our Sabo, so it's all double protected.
yeah. So that Kuzan's cost reduction is not going to be able to do a lot.
Yeah,
but obviously I think we would have wanted a Moria of our own. Getting rid of a Brook and an Ice Age.
Yeah, it's tough. Not playing our Gecko Moria. Sabo probably is one of those things of like, hey, I gotta cycle through this deck. I gotta see something so that way we can kind of stabilize and match our opponent's Gecko. And it's interesting that like, throughout this entire time, our Sabo player took 2. They drew once, I think, through their brand new, but
and their Kuzan, yeah.
And their Kuzan, right? And they only have 5 cards in hand. I think it's just really just a testament of how many things that they had available for their counter, because like our monkey or our Luffy player really is just in pity right now.
Yeah, and so we're playing Ice Age, unsure where it's going to, but we're getting rid of the brand new with the 6 swing.
I guess we're gonna swing into the other brand new.
Yeah, okay.
And then how are we?
And then Brook. So we use the Ice Age on the Kuzan, and then
Okay.
Yeah, because
it works.
Yeah, because Nico Robin, you have to have an 8 cost out. So without like a Moria of our own out or something, it doesn't get the reduction. But if Brook survives and Nico Robin survives, and you play a Moria next turn, you can attack with the Robin and then Brook, so you can get some good removal that way.
Yeah, I mean, this isn't too bad. The floor is definitely the Luffy player's floor at this point. Kind of have to see what we're going to do in response, because obviously it's gonna be a little hard to remove any three of these cards.
Yeah.
We did play the Sabo before the Brook.
Yeah. So Brook doesn't have the protection right now. We're taking a 7K going down to 1 life.
Oh, it's tough. 7K with the leader effect, of course.
Yeah.
We have our Gecko swing as well. Might block this one, depending on what their hand looks like. They can remove this Brook because it doesn't have either protection.
Yeah, but we're gonna block and then use the leader effect to give it minus 1K. So it's a 5K now, and which is, again, if you're able to set up like a Borsalino or a Sabo early and just essentially get a free block every turn, that's where the deck gets a lot of early value.
Yeah, and I think that's where we're trying to stabilize, man. Like we're really trying to get to a point where we're comfortable going back and forth, right? So I think that's what the goal is here.
Yeah, and we hit another Gecko Moria into the trash. I'm gonna play Sabo. I don't see what we got off the Rebecca, but we could have gotten a Jack, which would have been really strong for this potential next turn. And then being able to play the Sabo at the end means that our Brook is not doing anything. 2 Rebecca blockers and the Sabo. That's a pretty disgusting board.
Yeah. I mean, I was like, maybe you can play another Gecko, but hey, this is probably better, honestly. Let's get to a point where it's gonna be really hard to touch Luffy's life. Being a 6K leader too is really hard as well. We're gonna have to play something out here on Sabo's field to kind of combat and have a bigger swing. But 5 cards in hand and looking at them pretty hard. Doesn't look like it's looking promising.
Yeah, at this time I think we just have to actually just play our own Moria, and if we don't, we're just going to be so far behind.
Yeah, I'm thinking the same way. Still have some bright sides.
We attacking to the. I'm really surprised we're pressuring these brand news, to be honest.
I mean, hey, don't sleep on these brand news.
I'm not, but Brook is so good at attacking into them too, right?
Mm-hmm. Maybe he does have a Gecko. That way, Nico Robin's live, and then we can use Brook a little bit more efficiently.
Yeah, but they played Sabo last turn, so
you're right. Yeah, I was about to say, I'm looking at their field. Yeah, Sabo says no to all that.
He sure does.
Yeah, I think that's probably one of the things he's thinking about. So yeah, I think the Brook swing is probably a little bit more efficient, and then just swing 6 into 6 if they block it, whatever. They have plenty of cards in their hand. You have to start eating through those.
Yeah. Now, if we have our own Rebecca Sabo, that's pretty strong. Being able to set up our own blockers again. So, and maybe wait until afterwards for Brook to get that value. But okay, looks like
I don't think we can do that anymore.
Not with the Dawn attached. No, this is just a big 8K swing.
Yeah, 8K into their 6K leader. I'm guessing you can get rid of a Rebecca pretty easily if you don't want to get 2 cards on a hand. You probably need room too, to be honest. Oh, okay, we're being a little greedy. Okay. Which is fine to be. I think on parity.
Well, we do have Brook. Okay.
You mean Gecko?
Yeah. Sorry, we have a friend for our Brook.
Yeah. That's what I mean. Like, I think that's what, like, when he used to play the Sabo, he was like, God dang it.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
Okay, well, alternatively, I could still.
Yeah, I will say if they didn't play Sabo, right, they would have been able to get a good combo of playing Moria, attacking with the Robin to get the minus.
Right. But this is like we're replacing the Brook with a brand new, just to draw a card, but
it's a
2K.
It's a 2K, and then Rebecca lets you draw a card as well.
I mean, that's fine. It's just like you were saying, man. Like we should have just swung with the Brook because that Brook had no value that turn.
Yeah,
that's okay though.
And we're getting Jack to our hand. Interesting.
I mean, Nico Robbins live, Jack being on the field after we block with the Rebecca might be pretty good. Our Sabo has protection, so that's a free block as well. I can kind of see it. It's just like, I don't know, man. Like we're probably gonna run into another Gecko, or maybe their own Jack.
Yeah, because I think I did miss what they hit off Rebecca previously, but I think they added Jack to their hand. So
who are a Luffy player?
Yeah, but it could have been like a 2K or something. I just know that the Jacks were in there and Rebecca could grab it. But
sure.
We started with a quick 7. We're starting with a quick 9, which I would be tempted to do a block with Sabo.
Yeah, man. I don't know.
Yep.
There you go. Okay, that's the free block. Now it's a 5K.
Yep.
Perfectly fine. Big swing into free block. 7K swing with Sabo like this. Really want to pressure his non-existent hand with 1 card in life. He has a 2K, so...
Yeah. Oh, and he used the other 2K, so we know Suru's still in hand.
Yep. I don't know. Those are like the like higher level plays that you have to think about. Which I don't know if it's... I don't think he has any more swings, but that's one of the things you have to think about when countering out, right? Like, that the person saw the Suru, so like, got to use the Suru so that way you don't give too much information. Because these next, few swings from Luffy, they can do the math pretty easily now.
Yeah, so we're using Ice Age and Jack. I'm going to guess it's for Moria. Oh, it's for Robin. Okay, I like this play. It makes it difficult for them to get their own removal next turn.
Yeah, they would need like an Ice Age or something.
Yeah.
Or Rebecca again.
Yeah, that's nice. Yeah, because if they play like another Moria, right, they could have gotten like a bigger removal. But and that's like the other thing too. Like you could have decided to not save the Sabo, and then you would have been able to get your protection effect on any of the other things. All right. Well, we are at 10 Dawn. It looks like 5 cards in hand. I will say I think this match is like maybe a little bit closer than it could be. The fact that we didn't have double Moria for Star Deck 14 Luffy does have a little bit of an edge, but we are going to 1K out since we are a 6K leader due to Luffy's leader effect.
Yeah, it is pretty close. I think really what it is just like our Sabo player is just 1 step behind the whole time. And I don't know where that started. Maybe it was like where we had to counter out with 3 cards, or maybe just not being able to play our Gecko at the right time, that kind of thing. But yeah, I think we're really just trying to figure out what we can do with these limited options.
Yeah, the options are getting more and more limited, right? Like,
yeah,
like what best play is what? Maybe being able to play another Moria, right? I mean, these 9K attacks are strong, but yeah, when we got so many Rebeccas just sitting out there too.
Yeah. Yeah, so many. One of them goes into the dust. I'm trying to figure out what we would do for the remaining 9 Dawn. 4 of them here. Give me our own Rebecca. And we're going to grab, looks like a Sabo, which isn't terrible.
And we had a brand new in hand already, so we get to play that for free. And put a Moria into our trash. That's rough.
Yeah, these are all very tough. Karasu, like, it's whatever. That's cool to have, but Gecko and another Rebecca, tough. For at least we're gonna get some double protection here.
Yeah, get a Kuzan and a Jack out of our hand.
Yep. Cycle through.
And it's unfortunately a little bit cut off on the screen, but there is a Sabo on the board on the bottom side.
Yeah.
There it is. All right. Thank you, player.
What about Judge?
All right. Kaze thinking about their next turn.
So what's our Luffy players game plan, do you think?
I don't know. So this is kind of we're a little entrenched here since we're just kind of both just playing out blockers and stuff, but I would still think that the board on Kaze's side's a little bit better, but it's easier to protect the board for Jamo. I think we just play, and I don't think we can really get value from Jack, which is kind of unfortunate.
Not this turn, at least. He's just kind of like a big boy, right?
I mean, yeah, just being able to attack 9 with him with 1 Dawn is still impressive, so...
Exactly.
Yeah, we're going to block, and we're going to use our leader effect. We're going to make that a 5k. We're going to go 7 with this Sabo.
9?
Oh, 9. Yeah, block, and that one goes away. Ooh, and then another Sabo. Yeah, all right.
Basically, both of these guys are just saying, hey, don't touch me.
Yeah, at this point, yeah, it was... I think Kaze had like the advantage for most of this game, but I think this kind of cements it. Like, another Sabo really makes this board really obnoxious.
Yeah, I think it's just a fact of like, we're swinging every turn pretty big, right? And it's not very much committed to it. Like a 7k leader, 9k is on the board. Now drawing even more cards, really cycling, but he's drawn so many. Like if you look at his trash in his hand, our deck is thinning out pretty well.
Yeah, for a leader that doesn't put cards in the trash by itself, right? Yeah, they've gone through quite a bit.
Yeah, we're looking pretty good. And now, like as a Sabo, this is going to be an easy block on Rebecca. We don't really have too many options still, and we're at 0 life. So, like, what can we really do?
Yeah, I don't think there's a lot, unfortunately. 6k leader, 2 life, the pretty wide hand. This is going to go 8, maybe 9 somewhere, but it's not doing a lot either. Yeah, I think what's our best play? With 3 Dawn attached, we're saying we don't have another Moria. Oh, Brand New's going for it. He's going for these hands.
Good luck to him.
I believe this is 10 at maybe Jack. Or maybe Sabo. All right. Yeah, 2k, 2k, 1k. So gets it 11. And this should be it.
Yeah, I'm thinking so. Yeah, only 5 cards in hand. All of our Dawn was suspended just to swing. Our own blocker, lone blocker.
Yeah, I don't think we even have to spend any Dawn, but here's 18.
I thought he was just going to swing 8. He was like, "Oh no,
just casually 18." So that is the game. Kaze ends up winning with Star Deck 14, Luffy, and I still think Sabo. It's a very interesting pick right now, and I think it's going to get better in the Star Decks, but I'd love to see how they do for the rest of the state too.
Yeah, I think it's really just like I said, step behind. That's all it really was, and our Luffy player drew the world, and yeah, it was a pretty decent match for what it was. They went back and forth and went the distance on time too.
Yeah, for sure. And we've got, I think, not a lot of time left. I think we have like looks like 5 minutes. So we're gonna take a quick break between rounds 1 and 2. It's pretty early into this meta, so if there's a leader you guys want us to try to find, please let us know. No guarantees, but we'll try our best for it. So But yeah, that was Star Deck 14 Luffy versus Sabo. I saw a couple players playing Foxy. What other? I had a couple other names. Some Foxy players. I saw Yamato's been a little bit more popular. Good amount of Red Purple Luffy, an Emporio, Akuro, some Peronas. So those are my short list to try to find if any of those are undefeated. But if you have any suggestions, we'd love to hear it. But we're gonna take a break. We'll be right back and see you guys in round number 2. All right, hello. We are back for Top Cuts October online One Piece regionals. We're waiting for round 2 to start. We have been doing some work behind the scenes trying to find a couple of decks to cover. And the one that I found that's still undefeated, there is a red-yellow Sabo, which we did see the original Sabo, the red-black one. And I was curious to see what the red-yellow one would look like in this meta.
Hopefully good.
Yes.
That's all I can ask for.
Yeah.
I think it's more unique as a leader because it's like a good combination. Well, let me back that up. I would say as yellow has evolved throughout the game, it has changed a little bit more versus like red. Right? Like, I feel like because of that, you can make pretty unique builds. I don't know if they're going to be functional. But it is something to think about, like, hey, is the red yellow Sabo, what could they have and what are they utilizing so that way they can use their leader effect to the max.
Yeah, and when people are thinking about like Star Deck 13, they mostly look at the black yellow Luffy, right? That's been proven time and time again a very powerful deck in general in this game. And so but Sabo does have like this unique ability of like healing and rushing, which I think is really cool. So I think there are some like good potential builds for it. It can take advantage of some of the new cards from the new Star Deck as well that we get, or the new Star Decks in general we get at the end of the month. So it's been something I've been keeping my eye on a little bit, but definitely a really unique leader for sure.
Yeah, I don't think, was there anything like prominent in OPO8 that came out in yellow?
There's like
the Nami?
Yeah, there's like the Nami. There's a couple of like Vegapunk cards. There's like S-Snake as well, potentially being able to use that to since you can put it back into your life, that could be pretty strong for using its effect again if you need to.
Sure.
So there's some unique stuff for the deck. I mean, generically, anything that's red or yellow that you can pump up to 7k very easily is great. So like there's just like a lot of, you can just play a lot of generic cards, which helps out the deck a lot.
It'd be funny to see like Tony Chopper stuff in it.
Like, you could do that, right?
Some of the animal stuff, and then you play all the triggers. It'd be pretty interesting.
Yeah, that'd definitely be a really interesting way to use the deck. I think the only thing is that like putting more cards into your life doesn't necessarily help that package, but you 100% you could run it, right? The deck is so generically open a lot of the time.
Right. I think that's the point for sure. I don't know, man. I'm interested to see, and I know that they won their first match, right? And we're currently waiting for some of these things in the back end to be completed. So if anybody's wondering, that's what it is right now. What we're waiting on.
Yeah, we are. But I have been checking around as well. So round 1, we did see the red and black Sabo versus Star Deck 14. We also are a couple of leaders that I have set aside. We did have some Foxies, but neither of them won round 1, unfortunately for them. But I have my eye on a couple of Yamato builds, a couple of red purple Luffy, and a couple of Perona as well. So a couple of the more off meta stuff, but generally I like to try to get those for the first 3 or 4 rounds, and then after that I like to, we kind of get the known suspects a lot of the time, right? Yep,
which is fine. It's a tournament. People want to win. So,
yes,
no surprise.
No surprise on that. So, if you were playing this tournament, though, what would you be playing?
Nami.
Okay, cool.
Pretty easy pick for me.
That is very easy for you to pick. Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't mind playing Rob Lucci. I played Rob Lucci as soon as it came out. Really enjoyed it. Pretty easy pick as well. Botting as well. Those are kind of like the main 3 that I would pick. They're all pretty different play styles, to be honest. And they're all like surprisingly not really that aggressive. All 3 of those decks are really not that aggressive. They're more of a not so much setup. I don't know. I mean, they're pretty unique as hell, but not aggressive. But usually I play more aggressive decks nowadays. But yeah, those are kind of the more ones that appeal to me. What about you?
I've been really enjoying Star Deck 14 Luffy. I know a lot of people conflate it as just like another black deck that uses Gecko Moria, but it has like a lot of unique interactions that I like. and I feel like it uses Mori just because it's a good card, but it's not like the main kind of engine for the deck. I've been testing with the new Hina from Star Deck, the new Star Decks, which you're able to make it an 8 cost on your opponent's turn very easily, which means you get to become a 6k leader really quick too. So cool. It's been a lot of fun, especially since it wasn't a deck that was on a lot of people's radar until about a month ago, which doesn't generally happen in this game. Normally, we kind of know what's up as the stuff comes out. So to get like a surprise viable leader is really cool.
Yeah, it's nice. I mean, it's unique enough to be a little different, and yeah, it's doing pretty well. I have no complaints. It's another black leader though, so
that is true. That is true. I mean, I as unique as you can make it, right? I guess is the way you can put it, right?
Yeah. I do want to hear from the chat. If you aren't playing today, or if you are playing today, what kind of deck are you playing, or what leader are you playing today? I'm sure we'll see a lot of different unique leaders, right? Am I right, everyone? Right?
Hey, I mean, there's been a lot of metas where I think there's less diversity. I know, like there's like a power step between some of the decks, but
no, we're good. We're good. This is actually pretty decent meta. I don't have very many complaints.
Yeah, for a top 32, I would expect 10 different leaders. Now some people will conflate like 3 of these leaders are really similar, so maybe it's down to maybe like 8 leaders in their eyes, but I think there's a good amount of variety as well.
Yeah. I have no complaints.
Yeah.
Mostly.
Let's see.
No.
Pac-Man's playing Blue Dofi before it becomes really good. Just before the training wheels come on, right? You've seen some of the new stuff, right? For
not all of it. Which one is this from? For OPL 9 or the starter decks?
Starter decks, yeah. The Dofi gets a new starter deck, and it has a lot of. You just get like 4 new Warlord cards that are all just fantastic. So.
Oh, I see it now. Oh, and these are all 4 costs.
Yeah, they're all 4 costs. The boa is really strong. It's a blocker that gives a dawn.
Yeah, look at top 3 and place it at the top or bottom, and then 1 Restodon to your leader or character. That's pretty sweet. It's a 6k.
It is a 6k. Wow. Yeah, it's not that we need like another 6k Weevils. Yeah, Weevil's good. Jinbei takes advantage of a lot of it. So
yeah, these are really good.
Definitely.
Crocodile cycles the law bounces something.
Yes, and it can double bounce your 1-drops back to your hand too. So
I see it now.
Yeah.
Gotcha. And another buggy. Why not? Oh, it's a 2k buggy. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
What the heck? Yeah, Pac-Man probably eating good then.
Correct.
He's eating good, pretty good.
All right, but we do have round 2. We're going to find our table. We're going to get that set up. So give us a minute to get there, and we'll be back with round number 2.
Sounds good.
All right, we are back for round number 2, and we got a little bit of deja vu. It's another Sabo versus another Luffy, but they're both different leaders this time around.
Which is cool in a couple different ways, right? Because it's the Star Trek 13 stuff. We're literally just talking about it, like the difference between the Star Trek 13 and their like character counterparts, and now we have character counterparts for both of them. The Black Yellow Luffy pretty prominent with the 8K swing already, and now the red yellow Sabo instead of the black red Sabo.
They got there. All right. Yeah.
We just saw.
I saw the little like window or wheel spinning. Like what was it?
Little steam was coming out of my ears.
Yeah.
But this one's pretty interesting. Obviously we kind of already know Black Yellow Luffy. It's doing pretty cool stuff throughout its entire time, and not swinging and not playing anything on Sabo's end is kind of tough. I'm pretty sure that's what happened here. Oh, okay. Maybe they take it back.
All right, just give him a 5. Now, a lot of decks kind of want to prevent Luffy from getting as much cards. We're going to start off with our own 4/6 there, the Kikunojo.
Yeah.
Super good card in this deck. So if it gets KO'd, we get to heal. It's a great one to put back into our life because we get to start playing it for free again.
Yeah. There's not too many ways, like early game, that they can probably KO this outside of swinging into it. So, not really going to get to that effect just yet, but it is a really good effect for the Sabo effect, right? So, one thing to think about. 2K out of the 5K swing with the Sabo coming down. Gonna go ahead and
just protecting itself.
Hey, good enough for us. We go ahead and draw the 2, trash the 2. I'd imagine it's going to be some targets we're going to be able to use later on.
Yeah, one of the 5K Luffy's or 5-drop Luffy's and the 1 cost event.
All right, back to Sabo.
Currently,
both these guys at 3. Right?
Yeah, both at 3. We have 6 Dawn for Sabo, and getting the even curve is great too because it does take away like some good curve for the Black Yellow Luffy.
That's true. There's not too many bad cards that you would like to play on Sabo's even curve either. Got the Kikunojo here. We can use 1 and then play 5, play our own Sabo, that kind of thing, and there's a few things that we can do here.
And looks like we're going to start with either playing a 7 or attacking with 7, and we can maybe like put that back into our life if we feel so inclined to.
I think that's probably what's going to happen. We might swing with our leader and then just put it back into our life. I think some players like to play against Black Yellow Luffy and not really rush him down too quickly. Because obviously they do want to be at 0. The Black Yellow Luffy wants to kind of control that timing. But it looks like we're just going to go into it. I mean,
yeah, it's a little bit hot and cold, right? Like you want to be able to either want to rush them down, or you have to just make a really wide board and make it difficult for them to go down to 0. But we're making it very easy so far. They're down to 1. And it looks like for 5, we're going to be playing out 4, a Kid Killer.
Killer. Okay. So we use the leader effect, put this back into our life. Dawn goes back, and then we're going to boost up our Kid Killer. Pretty much guaranteeing that we're going to put him down to 0 at this point, right?
Yeah, because we get plus 2K until the end of our opponent's next turn because of our leader effect. And then we can attack 9K because it gets the additional plus 2K boost. So, yeah, already down to 0 life. That's pretty oppressive.
Yeah.
And
okay, well, hey, 0 life, exactly where we want to be.
Yes,
right?
Yeah, yeah.
I wanted that.
Yeah, we're at 7th Dawn though, so normally we want to wait until we're a little bit healthier. And the importance of being at 7th Dawn too is that we're 2 turns away from getting to 10 so we can get our gecko loop with it. And so without the gecko loop, we bleed a lot of advantage.
Oh no.
Uh-oh.
That's not good.
That is less good.
Yeah, Shovel player did disconnect.
All right.
Let's see if they can reconnect real quick. But,
yeah,
No, these are a little tough. Oh no. My camera disconnected. I think we're getting hacked, dude.
Oh yeah? Your camera disconnected?
It did, but it's been doing that. I'm back.
Okay. Well, I guess we just wait over here. Here, we'll go back to us real quick.
Sure.
Yeah, okay, you're less hacked. I guess we wait. I believe it's a minute. If it's more than a minute, it's a game loss. If it's less so, it's a warning, I believe.
Oh, they are back.
Yeah. All right, they are back. We can go back over there. Let me confirm with this. There is a judge at the table too, so let me confirm with them.
Yeah. I know webcam online, etc. It does get a little difficult because obviously internet's issues happen, computer issues happen, webcam issues happen. It's a common thing for sure.
Let's see. And the judge is saying, "Oh, it's a game loss. They're gone for too long, unfortunately."
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see that happening. Unfortunately, it's not really much you can do. A lot of these things are just written in gold, right? Like, a lot of TOs, not even TOs, just Bandai is very strict about this kind of stuff. So, if it's a game loss, it's a game loss.
All right. Well, let me see. We might have to
find another match.
Yeah, I think we might have to try to.
Okay.
Okay. So apparently it's only 15 seconds now. I thought it was supposed to be a little bit longer. So unfortunate. Unfortunate.
Yeah, man. Our red yellow Sabo player. Not today. Today is not the day, unfortunately.
Cool.
I'll take a look around.
Yeah, you took a look around. Let's go back to us. Actually, we're gonna. I'm gonna go to a BRB, see if we find another table. So
yeah.
Unless they're continuing to play it out.
Oh, they might. It just won't count towards anything, unfortunately.
Yeah, you keep looking around for a game while I'll see if this is still a thing.
Already ahead of you. A lot of black, yellow, Luffy, that's for sure.
All right, yeah, they're continuing it for fun. Well, I'll stay on the screen to watch it out, but that is unfortunate.
Yeah.
That is unfortunate.
Well, I can tell you now, it's a lot of Black Yellow Luffy and Rob Lucci.
Mm-hmm.
So don't worry about that for the future. Got to raid you.
Got to raid you. What table?
75.
All right. Cool.
I think that's probably fine.
Here, if we're switching, let me. We'll be right back. We'll get to another table. Please give us one moment.
Yep.
All right, we are back at another table. We're at table 75. Rob Lucci versus Reiju. And so far, it looks like Reiju's gone quite the good start. We'd have one copy of Porsche in each G. Kai hit the board, so we might have had a little bit of unfortunate start, but we've been able to recover.
Yeah, I think it's interesting because like both of these decks, you can kind of look away for maybe 30 seconds to a minute, and then look back and be like, "Oh, what happened?" And I think that's probably what happened here with Reiju. Got the Vinsmoke and just a couple others. I'm trying to see what our Rob Lucci's going to do here. I guess we can probably just start reducing and swing into their leader, but with only 8 Dawn, maybe 7. I think you may have 7 on here. Oh no, he has 8.
We have 8. Yeah. So yeah. But the fact that we're not setting aside all 8 at the same time means that Moria and Curve's not happening, which is generally already rough. It could also just be that cards and trash aren't set up for that. But it looks like we're just going for the leader itself. So 6 with our Rob Lucci character.
Okay. So 6 into his leader, I'm guessing. And we separated our Dawn with 2 2s and a 4. So what does that mean?
2 2s and a 4.
7K swing brand new Kuzan?
Yeah, if we're playing brand new, yeah.
If they're playing brand new, yeah.
Which I mean, more people I think have been adding Kuzan and maybe some Navy stuff, but Spandam usually is are good enough,
Spandam,
filter. So
we played 2 Spandam already, so I don't know.
Ice Age Jack would be really strong. Okay, we're just
there's just 7K swing. So out of the 3, I got 1 right. I don't know what the rest is going to do. Not much you can do with 6 Dawn, right?
Maybe like a 6 cost Sakazuki. That card's not like super popular, but it's around.
Let me go look. I spelled this guy's name wrong. Whoops. Okay. All 6.
Well, double.
Oh, for 2.
Double Ice Age, and then for 4, we're playing.
Well, this is 5.
4.
Oh no, there. 4. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, gotcha. All right, that double Ice Age is good, but we additionally do not have a lot of cards left in hand. Then.
No, and we're at 3 life. I believe.
I think it's 2 or 3. I think it is 3 though.
Yeah, I think it's 3 because I see the corners there. I think this is like very all right because you're preventing the 7K swing, which is fine.
Yeah.
Or the 7K body really. With the lack of cards in hand, I'm probably swinging at that Rob Lucci first.
Mm-hmm.
Let's just take care of that.
Yeah, I mean, if we have another HG, getting the minus on that would feel good too. I'm surprised we didn't like bomb deck the Ice Ages too from our Rob Lucci effects, but
yeah,
they've got so many cards in trash now it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, looking a little bit better. Well, Lucci makes that a little bit easier. And playing 2 Rob Lucci's, our trash is still looking pretty healthy. But as Reiju, I don't know. We're gonna look at his deck list. As Reiju. Raiju? You're on what, 1,700 days of Duolingo? I'm sure you know.
Approximately, yeah, somewhere in that ballpark.
Okay.
But it looks like we're just doing a quick 5, and we happen to take it, so I'll probably think about if it's a Who's Who to maybe get rid of the Porsche, but even though it's swung already.
Yeah. It's the trigger of KOing 3 less.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's a good amount of triggers in that deck, actually.
Yeah, but the fact that you're taking a 5K is pretty telling of the quality of your hand right now, too.
Yeah. It's possible that you did want to trigger. Maybe just an extra card. He knows that he can probably get out of this leader swing. That 0-0 key swing is not going to go anywhere. This is going to be an easy 2K. Hopefully. Let's hope. Oh, we're swinging it at... Oh.
Yeah, you get the Lucci too, yeah.
What? What is in your hand?
I can imagine what is not in their hand. And it's likely a card with any kind of counter. So we have 5 or less. We were able to use the Reiju to draw 2 and then leader to draw 1.
Pretty good.
Very good. Discarding an HG. And if we have a portion 4 cost, we can get a lot of pressure again.
Yeah.
Even a Niji right now to be able to bounce the Lucci back to hand. We could also play out a Black Maria for 3 and then get our Dawn fixed again for the next turn. And it is the Black Maria. Yeah, so we this came out of OPO8. We get to gain 5, and then we go down at the end of the turn to how much our opponent has. So we put 2 cards back into our Dawn area. So starting next turn at 10 Dawn is going to be very good.
Yeah. It's pretty interesting how that card works in this deck in particular, because obviously you want to be less most of the time than your opponent. But, it's going to be pretty easy if you guys are both at 10.
Yeah, 10. Both players at 10 is definitely hits that less or more, right?
Yeah.
Or less than or equal to, rather. Yeah.
Yeah. You'll be able to hit less than more often than not.
Thank goodness they decided to put it equal as well. If it had to be like strictly less than, that would be that would be a little bit tougher.
Definitely. Yeah, I was looking at this deck list. I think it was in this trash as well. Did these Reiju players? Oh, it's a 2K. Never mind. The Sora. I was looking at the Sora. I was like, it's a 2K. Guess they did. I was trying to look for other ones. Obviously, the Black Maria, Porsche. Trying to make sure I am up to date as our Rob Lucci player is contemplating life. Just looking at his few cards in hand, because his cards, based on these swings and just taking them, not looking too hot.
Yeah, and there is, as impossible as it sounds sometimes, especially with all the people I talk to, sometimes they don't have Moria. Sometimes a drop is not in hand.
What?
I know. I know. It's a wild idea, but
that's insane.
Looks like we're going to just start off with a quick 5, putting 2 cards into our trash. One of them Khalifa and Sharon the other.
Okay.
Getting the minus on likely either the Black Maria or Reiju in my mind. Yep, on the Reiju.
Love that. Okay, so that one's out. So we still got the Reiju at 1 cost. We're gonna get rid of it.
Yeah, currently it costs 0.
Or going to get rid of it, sorry.
Yeah, hopefully.
I thought that was a finger pistol, but obviously you only tap 1. So.
Yeah. We're gonna go big 7 into leader.
Sure. We have what? 8 Dawn to play with? 8 Dawn to play with after this.
Yeah.
Already swung with leader.
Yeah, so that's kind of presenting that they likely have the
Gecko.
The Gecko, yeah.
So we're probably doing Gecko into
Lucci. Maybe? Yeah, I would be able to get rid of board if they have like a Helmeppo, which they have Helmeppo and trash, so Helmeppo Lucci gets there.
Helmeppo Lucci, you can do Rebecca, Spanding, Oh, that's just a Meppo. And then we're just going to do Lucci. Okay.
Yeah, so it doesn't look like they have the Rebecca Spandine combo, but you will be able to. The Reiju was already
0.
0. Oh, what? You're
Wait,
keeping
what?
the Black Maria up?
Oh, this is a misplay, right?
Yeah, that's a total misplay.
Yeah, because we're supposed to reduce with the Meppo on the Black Maria.
Yeah, unless they
Looks
just
like-
forgot that the Reiju was at 0 because they Tempest kicked and leader affected. So
I don't think it really matters too much. I mean, it does as a body.
yeah,
Black Maria is a 2K, so it's like, what's it really going to do?
it's an activate main though. It's not a on play effect. So they need to.
Oh.
That's the big issue. Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, that's a huge misplay. I'm not sure why they decided that
Yes.
Kaya was the stronger card.
Okay. Yeah, that's tough.
And especially because we know Judge is in hand, putting the Reiju back in rotation if they didn't have one already.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because they're going to go like Dawn minus like 3 or 4 this turn, but then they get it all back with the Black Maria.
Yeah.
All right, looking top 3. Yeah, but this would be a good turn to, again, with Judge. So Judge lets you play out a bunch of bodies. I think we have the Ichi Reiju in rotation already, and likely looking, I'm not sure if they have the 3-cost Niji. I think that's the only card they're like missing for it.
To play all of them?
Yeah, because most aren't playing the Yonji. It's just those 3. Some don't even play the Niji, but I think it's been back to be a little bit popular again.
Yeah. I think I saw one in the trash. Is that it's his first card, I think. Unless you're talking about both. Yeah, first card is Niji. But just sorting out
but
for
I
it.
don't think they have the 3-cost, unfortunately. I think that's the biggest issue.
To activate main.
Yeah, because you have to play the smaller one and then Dawn minus some of the biggers.
Mm-hmm. But we are tapping 8. So we're going to the Judge. It is 1. And then trash 2 cards from the hand. It might be one of them. Oh, okay, hold on. Wait. Hold on. Needs to be one more, right? Second card? It's ETG. Never mind. Okay, well, we're gonna go ahead and play out the ETG.
Yeah, so no Niji is unfortunate because being able to put Rob Lucci back to hand would have been nice.
Yeah, I was saying that one of the 2 cards that he trashed could have been one of them, but it didn't look like that was the case.
Yeah, and that's definitely what they're using the stage to help find. But we got Reiju here drawing another 2 on top of it.
Yep. And then we're gonna go ahead and use ECG's effect as well.
Yeah.
Yep. There you go. I don't know what was the delay there.
Yeah.
We're gonna go ahead and minus the
Rob Lucci.
Rob Lucci.
We can use our Black Maria's effect again to go up to 10, and then when the turn on 10.
Nice.
We're going only
Swing.
5.
It's probably into the Rob Lucci.
Yeah.
Okay. So we're gonna swing with our Slinky Rush. I don't think we're gonna be able to swing with anything else. We're gonna use the Black Maria effect probably. Unless we have what are we doing with those last 2 though?
I mean, we could maybe have like another 2-drop Reiju and play another body off of it. Oh, we
sure.
do. That's pretty nice. Yeah.
Oh wow. Okay. This is what the leader's about, right? Like, no surprise. Judge is a big play. You got one thing off the board, and yeah, we're looking pretty good. One life on Rob Lucci's end too.
Yeah,
Decent amount of cards in hand.
so it's going to be tough to survive this next turn. They essentially just got like a bonus 2 Dawn because the Black Maria stayed on board instead of the Kaya, but I don't think that's going to be too impactful. But it definitely is giving them a little bit much, and it looks like they've decided that we have to go for game, and if we can't get there, we can't get there.
Yeah, kind of is what it is. Yeah, 9K swing gets through. You have another one coming up. Trying to do our Dawn math. Let's just say 10K? 10K swing? Yeah, 10K swing.
Yeah, I think it's 9, 10, and then
Another
11.
11. So these are the right numbers, technically.
Yeah.
So if you're going to take game.
Do we have out of it? I don't think we have enough counter, actually.
No, I think this is game.
Yeah, that is game. We only had 1 2K in hand. Rob Lucci's able to just get the right numbers to go for it. That's insane. With the amount of cards that Rejuin had in hand.
It was like all that work and all that time, all that cycling.
Yeah,
into very basic One Piece.
It really just grinded right down to it. So close game, a little unfortunate for a Reiju player. Off by, I think they just needed like another 2K out of their big hand, but yeah, real unfortunate for him there. But that's going to be the end of round number 2 for us. We're gonna go to round 3 after this in about let's see, I'm gonna say, how long do you think? 10 minutes. I'll put it.
Probably.
I'm gonna put 12 on the timer right now, but we do expect to have 10 rounds today. We have a full 10-24 roster, so a lot of games today. And if there's any leaders that you guys are interested, let me know. We'll see what's left undefeated from my short list of the less common ones. So we're gonna check that out. We'll be right back, and we'll see you guys in round number 3. All right, we're back. We're back for round 3 of the Top Cut events online One Piece regionals. We've got 3 different leaders that we found that are still undefeated. We've got some Yamatos, some red, purple Luffys, and a single undefeated Perona left in this one. So let us know in the chat which one you guys want us to try to follow for this next one, and we'll do our best from there. But Brian, if you had to choose, which one would you be the most interested in?
I think the one that was pretty cool. I would say Perona, but we've seen a lot of black already.
Yeah,
like black combinations. Probably like a red, purple Luffy.
Yeah, honestly, yeah. I think all 3 would be good hits for it. So Yamato is a little bit more popular right now. It did get a top 8 in Paris last weekend, and also there was a tournament in Oceania this weekend where Yamato also topped. Which before this month, these last 7 days, really, Yamato has not been topping since, like, I think OP06. I don't think it topped at all. If it topped in OP07, it was very, very once or twice. It hasn't topped into OP08 before this. So my only issue with it is that you play the game, it lasts about 10 minutes, and then what do we do after that, right? That's my only issue with the deck. Is from a commentator side, it just goes real quickly.
Oh, sure. I mean, it's just, this is kind of how it is for some decks throughout the metas, and Yamato is that deck right now.
Yeah.
I guess, like, I'm trying to think of, like, another deck that was that quick.
Zoro can be like that, but you still got to play, like, a bunch of cards out at times.
Yeah. Like, Yamato is, like, the quickest, like, I can win pretty quick kind of deck.
And lose just as quick at times.
Quickly, yes. Yeah. So it's a bit of a double-edged sword. So yeah, I mean, it's pretty cool. I like to see it. I was looking at that topping list from Paris, and nothing too crazy from that list, but did have a couple new cards in the last 2 sets. But yeah, overall, yeah, I'm down for that, or maybe even the Perona.
Yeah. But we do have, I think, a good amount of just a variety of we know what tier 1 decks are, right? We know,
sure.
Usually based on, from what I've been seeing on the past results, 75% of the top cut are either Rob Lucci, either the black yellow or black Luffy, Bonnie, Nami, and then purple Luffy's been sneaking up from there. So those 5 are definitely the majority of the meta, and 6 if you want to include purple Luffy. And then but from there's half a dozen hopeful leaders that I think show up pretty often around some of them.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, but let us know in the chat now.
Yeah.
Unless you make a poll, but I don't think we have time for a poll.
I think we just got the pairings.
Yes.
So yeah, we're gonna find that. I'm gonna say it's gonna be Yamato. Yamato is likely the one. So we're gonna see. I think there's 2 of them. And I'm going to see what matchups they have, and or maybe webcam qualities.
All good factors.
All good factors.
I would say Yamato and like a Perona backup.
Yes, yeah. So we'll see what the Perona is as well. See if that match lasts a little bit longer. Cool. We'll get that set up. We'll be right back with round number 3, and we'll see you guys there. All right, we've got for you guys round number 3. We've got a pretty unique matchup. We've got Yamato versus the new red and blue Marco leader.
New as in I'm typing in his name.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. It's on the screen though for people who enjoy reading. It is the new leader that I've been having a lot of fun with, in the sense of it does get a good amount of support in the new Newgate matchup, which or leader, which is or star deck rather, with which it has a leader. So that's really fun. And
yeah, I remember this this leader being revealed, and a lot of people like buying out like Marco stuff and like just red in general, and just like on the hype of it, which was cool. You know, I like the leader itself. The Don X1 activate main once returned, draw 1 card and place 1 card from your hand to the top of the bottom of the deck, and then minus 2k one of their characters. So one of the cards you were talking about with the Whitebeard, right?
Yeah.
Which is, oh wait, oops, I had that.
You're good. Follow through.
1 second. It is the 7 cost, right?
Correct. Yeah.
On play, give 1 rested Dawn to your leader or one of your characters, and activate main. Rest a card, KO 1, 5k or less. So with the leader, along with any other red stuff, you can probably KO a good amount of things, and pretty cool on play effect too. Just get a 9k swing or something else, right?
Mm-hmm. It looks
so pretty cool.
Yeah. So, but for this matchup in general, 2 things. One, Marco sometimes depends on their blockers, which I think Yamato right now has a great way of interacting with. The second thing is that being a 4-life leader is very rough into Yamato at times. And did get the names. So we got Travis on the left. We've got Andrew on the right. And looks like they are just about good to start. But yeah, I would say though, if I was to guess, I think Yamato's got this matchup advantage. I've never played this matchup in my life, so I've no direct experience. But I definitely think Yamato has the edge.
Yeah, I've only seen a couple of these Marco decks live, and definitely not this particular matchup either. I don't know. I would say like Yamato might have that slight edge, you know. I feel like Marco takes a little bit while to kind of get set up, more of a mid game, late game kind of thing. I could be wrong.
Yeah.
Let me actually take a look at that list.
Yeah, but
I do want to see.
You have a lot of potential for consistency, and here's the first. We got a big 8K coming in, double.
Yeah, double attack. Just trying to take down that 2 life from that 4.
Yeah,
making this quick and easy.
No,
take it.
No, the one advantage here is that this does put you down to 2 life. So if you do play 4-cost Marco, that does mean that its protection effect is live immediately. That is the only good thing about being down to 2 life right now. The rest is still pretty terrifying.
Yeah. Well, we got a couple of Marco blockers and might be pretty cool. So we can use that. But yeah, it's pretty annoying being a multicolor leader and looking down at an 8K swing double attack already. So I don't know. We'll see what this Marco player can pull out.
We do have the Doflamingo. Yep.
Okay.
So being able to get that blocker is really nice. We put a card back on top of our deck from our leader effect, so we can definitely put it back there if we want it. And but yeah, being able to having a blocker like this early will help stop the bleeding a little bit.
Yeah, it's something. It is something. Going to be able to prevent our next big Yamato swing. I mean, of course, going against green, they can tap down whatever time they want to, most of the time, if they have it in their hand or something low cost. But it's nice to see our top 3. I noticed that you can tell me why. Is there anything that interacts outside of like the generic blue cards with the top or bottom rearrangement for Marco?
Not not anything really new. There's like a new ace that lets you, a newer ace that came out of OPO7 that lets you draw 2, put 2 on the top or bottom. But that generally does not help you there.
Oh, okay.
Let's see. And we used the EZO for 3. They didn't correctly. Yeah, there it is. So they did rest the blocker, which is pretty nice. This is going to be a 7K double, so likely needing a 2K, 1K. Hopefully we have a 2K. Yeah, 2K, 1K.
Yep. We do. Yeah, just like I was saying, I was like, there's a lot of ways to rest that bad boy. It looks like we found one of them.
Yeah, and that's what most of the Yamato lists that, at least the two that have topped regional level or higher events that I've seen, they just really, not even double, they triple down on saying, I want to attack with my leader every turn. I want to take advantage of some of these 4 life leaders that exist right now. And being able to get some interactions with blockers where, black wouldn't be able to normally get that interaction has been very strong. So going to use Marco's leader effect again. Going to draw 1, decide if we want to put a card to the top or bottom. And looks like the raid and trade regionals just ended. I saw there was Lucci versus Stardeck 14 Luffy at the end. So I'm curious to see what won that event.
Which one?
There was another online regional. So we had TAC had one this weekend where Stardeck 14 won that one. The Raid and Trades, when I looked at it, it was Rob Lucci, I think, versus Stardeck 14 in their finals. So if Stardeck 14 Luffy wins already 2 events across the world that weekend, that's pretty impressive. But we will see. We have another blocker out here, and this Marco is very strong in these situations. Being able to block and then save it by just discarding a single Whitebeard Pirates card will get you a lot of mileage, I feel.
Yeah, it's interesting that with the support from this leader in the set, right, we have blue Whitebeard cards too, because it doesn't call for
it's
a red one, right?
Yeah, not even a character. It can be just like an event that's stuck in your hand, a non-counter card. And looks like their Yamato player is thinking quite a bit. All right, for 3, I mean, we could have like another EZO, but double blockers this early is pretty tough.
Yeah, that's gonna be the first thing to get through. I mean, the first block, or even just a block in general, it's gonna be that 4 cost.
Yeah,
looks like that 8 into leader, probably going to be a block. I mean, -1 card in hand, but it's a lot better than pitching 2.
Yeah.
2K kind of thing.
And then Marco's effect. It does technically get KO'd, so you do have to put it there and then use the effect.
Yep.
And then it does come back, it is nice if they have any power minusing effects, and then pass it back. And we just got another Wano card hitting the board.
Okay.
It is Ino Arashi. Ino Arashi. So this is just it's technically part of the archetype, right? It's another, if your opponent has 3 or less life, you get to play it for free. But Dawn times 2, when attacking, you can trash a card from your hand. You get to KO up to one of your opponent's characters with a cost equal to or less than the amount of your opponent's life cards. So it could get rid of a 2-cost blocker, but when we're playing the new silvers, this card is pretty insane. You do get to get that effect. I think you needed to wait until you attacked board first, because you could the minus it gives is until the end of your opponent's next turn. So in case they played something off their life, but being able to get rid of that Ino Arashi is really nice.
Mm-hmm. Yes, the on play is 2 -3 and a 2.
Yeah. And you get
KO a 3K.
Yeah, and then again, the -3 and the -2 is until the end of your opponent's next turn. So even if we weren't able to get the KO, Ino Arashi would have been a 2K.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's pretty good, especially back-to-back ones, I'm sure.
Yeah, and you can play. You can set up your 9-cost Sanji with this deck really easily. And then when we get the new star decks, it pairs up really well with the 7-cost Newgate we get from there. All right. Well, it looks like we're going to give Banish to our Yamato. So it's double attack Banish right now. And then looks like for 7, 6, 5? 5. Okay, we have Nami. So we're going to be able to use Nami's effect to pitch a card with trigger to get rid of a blocker. Yeah, to get rid of the 0 cost. And then why are we drawing a card? Oh, because Nami we have less than 3 cards in hand. That's right. And then do we have a card to rest? We sure do. I can never. I'm going to cheat. I can never remember the name of this card, but it essentially lets you rest. I think 3 or higher to rest something else in the other, and then you get +3. So this is going to be a lot of damage. Let me find that.
Yeah, those 2 blockers really ran out pretty quick, huh?
They sure did. All right, it is Demonic Aura, 9 sword style, Asura Demon, 9 flash. My apologies for not having that on the top of the dome there. But it says main up to one of your leaders or characters gets +3k during the turn, and then you can rest one of your opponent's characters with a cost of 3 or more. If you do, one of your own characters, you can rest up to one of your opponent's characters with a cost of 5 or less.
Surely Bandai is trolling, right?
They are anti-trolling. They are being as
they're
lore
so
accurate. Yes, 100%.
Right, they're so okay. Maybe like do acronyms next time. Up to interpretation.
Let's see. And so it looks like also Stardeck 14 did win the Raid and Trade Regionals that was going on at the start of this one. So Stardeck 14 Luffy's gotten 2 different wins across the world today. We'll see if it gets a 3rd one at this event. Still very possible. And looks like we got the silvers. That's going to be able to get the... I guess we want to get rid of the active Nami. And then... Because that can still attack, right?
No.
I mean, on next turn, right? It's going to be like super minus,
turn, no.
But...
Oh, you meant like after the fact. Yeah.
Yeah. But there is a card that like wins on the spot. And it's not the Satori, but... another body on board does help. Let's see. Also, people from the end of the European tournament. Hello, happy weekend, Saturday, Sunday. I think it's still Saturday in Europe.
I think so. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. It's just like late, I want to say. But yeah, hope they had a good time.
All right, and we're doing some number counting. Honestly, maybe we're playing the Satori out just to be able to play the event again. But it looks like we got the Flame Split. This one I can be a little bit better at remembering, but I think it's Flame Split. It's kind of like a flare. It's something fire. Oh man, I cannot remember this card's name.
Just Flame Split?
I think it's Flame Split.
That's the one I saw.
Regardless, it lets you rest a blocker, which is incredibly powerful. And then you can use the 2 Dawn. You can put it on your Satori. You just need to get 1 damage in, right?
Yeah. I think it's cool that the Marco has been out.
It's Blaze Slice.
Effect, but it's Blaze. Okay,
Blaze Slice. Yeah, my apologies. So
whatever works.
Yeah.
Translations.
Oh, we're playing Rad Beam in this deck.
I mean, it makes sense.
3, 4, 5, 6. This is a big 11, and no such luck. We have a 2K from there.
Yeah, no, I don't think he was getting out of that one.
No, and we had the Ezo as well. The Blaze Split was definitely, Blaze Slice. Jeez, helped get that Marco, and if they didn't have all those cards, it would have been better for him. But the Marco would have gotten a lot more advantage as a blocker. But that's what I'd be fearful of in this matchup. They just got to put a lot of pressure on a fragile 4-life leader like Marco at times.
Yeah, it's interesting because it was like unstoppable force meets movable object.
Yeah, movable object. Yeah.
Is it was just all the green stuff that kept resting. I mean, now the yellow stuff too, like direct support for Yamato, just being able to do that with Blaze Split.
Yeah,
or Flame Slice. Sorry.
And real quick, let's go to table 78. That's the Perona matchup because I know you guys were asking for that one too. Let me just get that set up. But yeah, I think the Dofi matchup was really getting rid of the Dofi and the Marco in the same turn. I would have felt very safe if I was a Marco player at the start of that turn.
Yeah, I think that's really where it sort of ended up being, where like, hey, we got 2 blockers early, got to prevent these double attacks from happening, and then Ezo came down, the event card came down, we lost one of the blockers. It just came falling apart, our defense. So yeah, it's just a little bit unfortunate.
All right, and I should be good to go to our next one here. All right, so we've got Rob Lucci versus Perona. Looks like we've been a little bit fortunate so far with Perona that they haven't been able to play a Moria yet, but I'm sure that will eventually change.
Oh, I'm sure. So burning a hole in his hand, I'm sure. Doggo. And click around Rob Lucci's turn. Got like pretty okay cards on board with Hina, is that? Wait, what is it? What is that card good? Is that Who's Who? Oh no, I'm wrong on that.
Let's see. Yeah, all of Europe, welcome to our event. Hope you guys enjoyed yours. We're at round 3, so we got a good 7 rounds after this one still, but trying to keep the variety up while we still can. We saw Yamato beat Marco just a moment ago. We've got Perona versus Rob Lucci. We've got some red purple Luffys I've been trying to keep my eye on too. If one of those win, I definitely want to try to cover that round 4. And then probably round 5 onwards. Again, some of the more usual suspects.
Yeah, we're gonna have to check one of those red purple Luffys as well, since we mentioned that. Unless you already mentioned that.
Like one of the just OPO5 purple Luffys.
No, you said red purple Luffy.
Yeah, red purple. Right? Yeah, red purple Luffys. Yeah. We have some of those. Yeah. They entered this round undefeated, but they can.
Yeah,
we'll have to check for sure. But that purple Luffy standard gets a lot of support. They get their own starter deck, but the purple Straw Hat package has been really flexible in testing, and red purple Luffy can definitely take advantage of it too. Let's see, and OPO5 purple Luffys. We'll probably see that towards the second half of the day, but I will do my best. My only issue with showing them off is that between now and the end of the month, the deck list just changed so drastically for them. The fact that the deck actually has like a really playable package means that it's you don't play just like the generic good purple stuff that you're more used to.
Which deck?
The purple Luffy.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Well, it's Rob Lucci swinging. 1 life on Perona's end.
Oh, top card of deck was a Moria. That is rough.
That's tough. Yeah. Perona seeing 1 and him not seeing 1. Hey, a little tough.
Yeah. Oh, we're going down to 0 though. Bold play.
It's a kid, man.
And it looks like we're playing something for 4, I believe. Oh no, for 5, yeah. Oh man, if they started with that Sabo, they would have drawn into a Moria.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised that he didn't start with the Sabo.
Yeah, because like Perona doesn't have like a lot of KO effects in life usually. It's more of the like resting cards. So like maybe it was like to protect the blocker from being rested, but yeah, regardless.
It's always good to see your options for 4.
Mm-hmm. Right, 3 life to 0. Perona does have a pretty wide hand. I'm curious what the best play is, because you're pretty much kind of locked into either like Rebecca Sabo or playing a Moria. But Rebecca at 1 life with 0 life in this board is pretty fragile. kind of need to start trading with board too.
It's a little hard with the Sabo on field, right? But maybe let's focus on the Cena and the who's who, right? What you're saying?
Mm-hmm.
Make it easier on yourself. But trying to go for the bait.
Yeah,
it's 2 cards in hand.
Yeah, only 2 cards in hand. Yeah.
Oh man,
that is tricky. Okay, we are going to get the block. All right, we're going to go 7 at likely. Okay, yeah, the who's who. We'll probably go 9 into the Sabo, and then it might be legitimately Rebecca Sabo.
Okay.
Yeah, for 4. Oh, Borsalino.
Not Rebecca.
Yeah.
Almost as good, right? Surely.
It's about as good, right?
Right?
It's pretty close to being as good.
Double protection.
Yeah, with a lot of Lucci builds not running Brook 6 cost, it's a little bit better. Oh yeah, getting rid of the Zoro, which likely wouldn't see any play, and then you can be my Samurai, which doesn't look like it's going to get a lot of value here either. But 0 life, 2 blockers, both 6Ks right now against it's a mediocre board of like the Hina and the Rob Lucci leader and the Sabo.
Super interesting. Yeah, the Sabo does make a difference here, but super interesting in general between these 2 players right now. 0 life and decent amount of cards in hand, 2 blockers versus 3 cards in hand and 3 life, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's gonna be a tough decision for our Perona player next turn, as far as, do I want to take away some of these attackers, and keep these blockers up, and then try to go for his life, so that way take away some of this value in his hand. But looks like we're swinging 5K, get the free block, 6K here, the 2K out. We're going to be blocking with this and use a 1K is probably my guess. But well, no, we have plenty of 2Ks, so going to get out of that one pretty easy.
All right.
Here comes Rebecca.
Yeah, gonna grab the best friend Sabo and then play Sabo. The big thing though in this matchup though is Rebecca's do literally nothing. Your leader effect just taps it for free as Perona, so not being able to establish anything of consequence might give Perona the foothold they need to be able to press some advantage.
Mm-hmm. Because after the cycle, he's only going to have, 3 cards in hand? Or 2,
2,
actually?
I think, yeah.
Unless he plays something from... Oh, well, I guess he still only replaces himself.
Yeah, 2K and a 1K Brook. That's a lot of counter.
And, we played a Hina
on
the effect. Okay,
mm-hmm.
okay.
No, we didn't play Hina. We just grabbed Sabo and then played Sabo, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Hina swung. I don't know why I thought. Oh, I guess she's in rest. That's why.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Well, two blockers, 1 being up. We can rest the Rebecca.
Yeah.
Pretty easily. Yeah, we're not gonna forget about that. And we got a pretty decent amount of attackers. We can play another Sabo, I'm sure, on Perona's end. Make this a little easier on us. It's gonna be a hit or miss to swing with one of our blockers too, right? So like, I don't know. It's like that trade-off of, okay, do I want to swing into Hina and as well as Sabo? Because like, I'm sure it's gonna get saved. I don't know. This is a little tough, right? I think Perona does have to focus on Sabo and Hina before trying to give them any cards. And maybe play one more blocker. It's not like these zero attack power cards are really going to do anything, but you never know.
Yeah, I think you can just kind of ignore Rebecca for right now. If you're able to trade into the board, I think that's fine.
Yeah, and how quickly he did that doesn't seem like he has any cards that he's willing to give up or have in his hand. So yeah, just swing with this leader into Hina. I think you're good.
Yeah, it looks like we're
You
just
can
gonna
go 7 maybe.
Yeah, just putting the extra Dawn there just in case, to make it so they just can't free block with Sabo.
Yeah.
There goes the Hina now.
This is where it gets a little tricky. Do you swing with one of your blockers, kind of thing? I think you do, right? I think you do swing once and then swing with Gecko, bring them down to 1, and then just set yourself up for next turn.
Yeah, definitely. The Sabo's the one that you attack with, if at all, because Borsalino does have the protection still.
Yeah. I'm surprised if he gets out of this one.
Yeah, decides to not to. So going down to 2 cards. I think that was Ice Age. Not that I should know that, but I believe that's what that was, which is pretty good for trying to get rid of a Moria next turn. We're going to play for 9 though. We're going to play Zoroark.
That'd be pretty interesting, actually, right? Because it's going to be really hard to remove, and it's almost guaranteed after this swing, if it goes through, to win you the game.
Yeah.
So, if you do that, I mean, hey, more power to you. Just know that you probably need another blocker up, and you can't do that with a 9 cost.
That is true. And maybe we're just thinking about doing another Rebecca Sabo would be good. We'd have to lose out on one of the cards on our board, but yeah, we are thinking we're ticking down 9.5 minutes left for this round.
Yeah, I mean, this should have enough time.
Let's see. I'm looking into it. So both Yamatos that I had were undefeated. One of the red purple Luffy players did lose, and the other one's still being played right now. So fingers crossed for only for matchup. No, I don't know the players, but I'd love to get red purple Luffy on the stream if we can. All right, added what looks like a Who's Who 2K, and then do we still got Rebecca and Sabo? Oh no, for 8. All right, going to play Moria for 8. Looks like we're maybe just thinking playing Borsalino over Sabo.
Well, you just needed a blocker. This one's pretty good. It has protection.
Yeah. I wonder if they were trying to keep a Dawn open to be able to use like a You Can Be My Samurai to maybe draw 2, but this is looking good.
I mean, even if you did, I don't think it's worth, right?
Yeah. So we've got 2 blockers that can't be KO'd. Everything else can be KO'd though right now. It's 0 life, so I mean if we do have a way to answer both these Borsalinos, we could go for game. On the other side, Rablucci does have 2 blockers out with the Rebecca and Sabo, but it's clear to me that a lot of this momentum for Ryan has been based off the fact that it doesn't look like David's really seen any of their late game cards.
Yeah, a bit of a bummer. I mean, we burned one of our geckos earlier, right? So that was tough.
Yeah,
it's not really seeing anything else.
It's a little easy to say this with hindsight, but I think that the play using Sabo first and then seeing if you hit the Moria or not. If I didn't hit Moria, I'd know that there's such a high potential for it to be at the top of my deck that I would just no longer attack, depending on how much. But we play another Tempest Kick, so yeah, definitely like just trying to desperately find I think another Moria, which would be able to get rid of their now 2-cost one as well.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm not looking too high. I mean, if he swings with leader, I mean, you can play a Brook or something.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. It's not looking too great. You know, I've given it some thought over time with this fandom coming down of Gecko Moria and why it's around.
Yeah,
or still around. There's another
one. Yeah, hidden to trash. Just unfortunate.
But I think it's just like these scenarios specifically. Like if we didn't have Gecko Moria, like what are we playing? And it's really just like these mid to mid late game cards, kind of.
I think the bigger thing is that there's just been so many flexible 4-drops at this point that you get so much potential. Like you get like a toolbox of options for your 8-drop, right? Not only is an 8/9 body, which is already absurd, but the fact that you can now play a blocker, you can draw another card with it, you can get like a cost reduction. There's just so much flexibility in what you get to do that you have this. It looks like we are going to likely be able to get rid of these Morias though.
Oh wow!
Yeah, so
2 Tempest kicks and an Ice Age. Huh?
Yeah, with the Rob Lucci is enough reduction. So they cost 2 and 1. Yeah, put the Moria's back into her deck. Try to find them again later.
I don't know. That's a big if.
Yeah. But like situations like this is also like why I don't immediately subscribe to the fact that some people think like if Rob Lucci left the game, or Rob Lucci would not be viable if Moria wasn't around, and I think the deck still has a lot of great potential. You just have to have like different high end.
Yeah, well, we do. Especially with Jack in the mix, but you just don't get the same value.
Yeah,
like Gecko provides more value than any other black card you can think of. I think
100%. It just means like you run out of steam late game more often. I think.
Right.
All right. We got a big 6 coming in. Sabo could swing for 6 as well if they wanted to, but I'd say that's pretty risky. We get a 2K. And we're going to pass it back. 4 minutes left in the round. We got 2 blockers, but really we only have 1 since we're going to be able to get that Rebecca rest with our leader effect. If we have any other interaction for that too, I think we get game. Like Hody could get there as well. Let's just see how good our numbers are. So we're going to start with a 7 with the Ryuma. And, it's 7. Yeah. So 2K, 1K. I believe we should just be able to do 7-9-9 to end the game then. Oh, we get 7-8-9. Yeah. Oh, I think that last card was a Moria.
So he burned 2 Morias and have 1 in hand.
Yeah. And
then this blocker comes, and this is another 9K swing.
Yeah, and not quite. Yeah, Kaido in hand as well, and it's just it looks like what it was. Like David played a good game, but it looked like just not being denied any late game cards, not even by his own fault was his downfall. So a little bit of variance, unlucky, but I think both players played it really well, and I think David almost still won that game despite not being able to get the pieces he needed. So I think he played it really, really well.
Yeah. This is what it is on that part, only so much you can do. Really just got the value of everything he could. But our Corona player really did play some decent defense at 0 life.
Yeah.
And pulled it through. I think that's the biggest thing for me.
Yeah, it was really bold. I would have been really afraid to go down to 0, but they made it work, and they're currently 3-0 with the deck. So that's I think is super impressive for the field that we have today.
Shout out to them for sure.
So, we have that's pretty much the end of round 3. We got round 4 coming up. It might be a little bit more delayed because that's generally when people do their dropping for online events. But we will be right back with round 4. We'll see if our other red, purple Luffy wins. If they don't, I don't really have an immediate backup, but we'll kind of take a look around. So give us a minute. We'll be right back, and round 4 will be next. All right, we're back. We've got round 4 upon us. We don't have any red, purple Luffys left. I'm sorry. I know that felt like a slam dunk. You think they'd be 3-0 right now, but doesn't seem like it's going to be the case.
Yeah, I don't know about that part, but we do have another match, which looks like to be Blue Dofi versus Green Bonnie.
Correct. And so this is something I'm getting that set up for us here, but it's a bit interesting because Dofi does get better at the end of this format, and because of that, Bonnie's able to adapt their play style and their deck building to answer that. One of the better cards I think for that is going to be Carrot, which I think is a tech choice right now and not necessarily a staple in the deck in this current meta, but it can definitely be something that people can transition to if they want to really answer Dofi being around as much as people are expecting to in this meta upcoming.
Maybe. Yeah, I mean, it's a little early without the support cards, but there are a lot of Blue Dofi enjoyers for sure out there, I feel like.
Yes.
People who play it are definitely religiously playing it, and it's kind of like the only deck. So I'm sure they're going to be happy with the new support and happy to play in this regional as well.
Yeah. So I honestly, I think Dofi could be doing better in this format. I think it's a little bit underrepresented, but I think the main reason for that is most people I think who are going to be playing it in the end of the star deck format are just going to wait until it's at full power instead of missing some of its more key pieces.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, which is fine. If you enjoy the deck, you enjoy the deck. So why not? It does look like we're starting out with one of the Don Quixote.
Yes.
The Rosinante looks like. As a blocker, Perona's starting out as well, which is nice. One of the things you definitely want to see. And right into what we obviously already knew was on top before cost.
Yeah.
It's placed in rest.
Yeah, that Jinbei definitely is the card that I think breaks a lot of this archetype. The fact that you just get to play another 4 cost for legitimately no additional Dawn cards or anything is very great. The fact that this is almost like the best opening we can ask for this deck. Perona into Jinbei into any 5k is great. I think Weevil would be best because it's a 4/6 that lets you draw a card, but this is still really good. And the Doflamingo player will be able to use Mihawk's effect next turn to potentially get some additional card draw and cycle. But looks like Bonnie's got a pretty good start too. We got the Rosinante, we got the Urouge, and we're going to end with one Dawn open.
Not too bad. One Dawn open is pretty much what you want. So any of the cards that give you that effect or any way that you can kind of play around into that, it's really good. It's going to pretty much nullify one of these 5k swings. And it's kind of annoying because like Doflamingo does like having multiple cards on the field. It does like, just having the options to swing with, but looks like we're trying to figure out if we want to do a 7k swing or not. And
yeah, because we should know that card. I think I saw a Pudding in Hand, which could be a game changer, but it looks like we're going to start with the draw 2, trash 2 with the Mihawk. We're going to use the effect to rest the leader so they're not able to use the leader effect with it. Yeah. And we get it. I'll go for it.
I was going to say, it is a little annoying for Dofi because, like I said, you want to go wide, you want to swing a bunch of different ways, but those different ways, Bonnie makes it difficult for you to choose between all the ways you can swing. So, like now, do you want the draw 2, trash 2, or do you want the leader effect? Kind of
wait, did we finish the 7k attack?
We did not. I was just about to say.
Yeah, right.
I don't think we did because we should have took one.
1 second. All right, yeah. They since the draw 2 trash 2, they rewound it. They took the 7k. They took a 5K,
Yeah.
and then they
changed there.
countered out of that. So it changed the sequencing a little bit, but it's where we're at.
Yeah. Didn't change what was in their hand at the time of whatever swing that they did.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I was gonna say, I was like,
Yeah, 7K attacks a little, and you really definitely want that one to finish, right?
yeah, pretty much. All right, just deciding.
Yeah, Uru staying on board is nice. A Basil Hawkins would be very strong right here. And we're going to just start off with a 5. We're going to get a 1K out with the 4-drop Moria. We have 5 left. So we're gonna start with an Uruj attack, and then maybe we could play a Bonnie or a Carrot here.
Probably Carrot.
Yeah. So this is definitely going to help the matchup for you a lot. So this is going to make it so that Jinbei can't attack next turn, and then if Carrot's able to stay on board, it means that it's going to be able to stun something every attack.
Mm-hmm.
One thing though is that I did see that they discarded a Jozu earlier for the Mihawk. It's a newer card from OP08, and it would be a really great way to be able to try to answer this this Carrot on board and get some tempo back in your favor.
Yeah, bigger body would be nice. Not very many ways for Bonnie to get rid of it, I think, too. And yeah, this Carrot's gonna be kind of a menace.
Yeah, so I'll go for it.
I was gonna say we're taking away the Barono swing.
Mm-hmm.
What a disaster.
Yeah, we're gonna really stack a bunch of Dawn on that.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, thinking about this, we're gonna use double 0 cost events, so a plus 3K. So we went to 8 to get out of a 6. And yeah, that will be the Jozu. So it lets you put the Perona back into your hand, which you want anyways, and then you get to bounce their Carrot back into their hand. So a really good tempo swing for that there in a deck that already generates a lot of tempo, and we're going to pass it back to our Bonnie player.
Very cool.
All right, we currently have 8 Dawn available to us. Looks like we're gonna, just swing big 5 at leader again. I mean, we could play Carrot again if we wanted to, but again,
pretty annoying.
It would be annoying, but it looks like we're attempting to play something a little bit larger if we're keeping our 8 open.
Yeah, I wonder what that is. And it's all 8.
Oh, Rosinante here. Yeah, nice.
Yeah. Okay.
And then we
Well,
gave the Carrot
another
back.
Carrot. Yeah, there it is. Okay. That's probably better. Right?
Yeah, that's very good for
better.
it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I've been really liking the Rosinante lately now that Carrot's been added, since now we just have so many good 5-drops to play off of it. I remember on release it was a little bit tricky to play it because it was just only like 5 cost specifically made it very difficult for you to consistently hit the pieces you kind of need. And looks like we're looking at the top 5 with this Perona that we added back to our hand. We could get a big attack with our leader, but Jozu's probably going to get the rest with leader effect, and it's definitely looking like Bonnie's going to be able to stabilize in this matchup.
Right.
All right, thinking on top 5, made a decision on it. I mean, if you're not playing anything else, you just gotta essentially just go as tall as you want. And at some point, I'd be. Oh, he's asking for a confirmation. Yeah. All right. We have, I think, 7 Dawn, 8 Dawn, so we could use leader effect and I think play an additional 4K. Yeah.
Okay.
So we could go 8, and then play a 4K or 4-drop. So it's just rough because we really want to get rid of that Uruj because it's able to generate that extra Dawn every turn, which is imperative in this matchup.
And for Bonnie in general. Right?
Yeah. We're going to be playing out a Moria, which is going to let us draw a card from our trash, likely a 2K body. We're going to get the rest on the Jozu as well with the leader effect. I'm going to get the 2K Mihawk.
Okay.
And we'll see where this is going. I'm going to guess it was going to Uruj, and we just use Rosie as the block, which should be pretty standard for us.
Mihawk coming out.
Yep.
All right. So we have a good amount of cards on board. Obviously, two of them, in all technicalities, are going to be kind of null and void with the carrot and the leader effect.
Yeah.
So it's really just our decision of what we want to swing into as our third option. Probably best to, just swing to one of the 5 or 6Ks. We really haven't touched at all Blue Duffy's life too, by the way, which is kind of like one of the things that I run to sometimes. I'm like, okay, I can't really get tunnel vision of this board state, but it's just hard, right? Like there's so many attacks coming out, and like eventually I'm gonna have to do some damage.
Yeah, that is that it's so intimidating. They make so many body, and like the hand size isn't small either, right? They still have like 4 or 5 cards.
Yeah.
I mean, half their warlords let them draw a card. Technically, playing off the top of your deck is considered like a draw card, right? There's just so much card advantage. So,
right.
And I think Carrots should be able to, stun the Jozu, which is what it did. Easily the best target for that. We could, for 10, play Dofi and just stun the whole board, which would be very strong. Oh, it looks like we're going to trade into there. I'm going to go big 5.
Okay. All right, so took out those. This is good because this pretty much makes our Bonnie effect more available.
We're still playing the Dofi. Interesting. I might have done like one more attack into the field, but it still keeps most of the body stunned. You should be getting a Dawn back at the end of your turn because of your Uruj. I don't think that's gonna really matter. At this point, but it looks like we're going to play our own 10-drop here with the 10-drop Kaido. Bonnie's conveniently at 3 life, so we get to draw 4 cards, which is a lot of cards to draw in the One Piece card game.
Back-to-back 10 drops. It's probably one of the best 10 drops you can play while your stuff is all stunned, right?
Yeah.
Because what better play is there other than just to draw 4? And to have a big 10 cost Bonnie. So this is really good. Still a healthy 4 life. We're talking about that with the board state and a really nice hand now. So this is going to be the battle of attrition for sure. Like from here on out, like they are both going to have to play their best.
Yeah. And looks like we're going to start off with a Cavendish for our Bonnie player. Going to let us get 2 Dawn back. So we technically only played it for 3, if you want to think of it that way. And I think we're just going to start swinging. We're going to have the Carrot here. It's going to attack into likely leader and be able to get the... Oh, it's getting in the Mihawk, but it's going to get the stun on the Jozu. Now, one thing I think that was maybe a miss without using the Uruj Dawn is we could have also rested the Perona, which does not seem like a really big body, but at the end game, Dofi generally, if a card isn't on board for a turn, it doesn't have like a lot of rush cards or anything like that at its disposal. So like that 1-drop can actually be really impactful. But we're just going down the line. We got 10K coming from the Rosinante. Yeah. Doflamingo has like a dozen cards in hand, right? They had like 4 cards. They drew 4. This is
2 or 3 life now.
3 life, about to take their 4th life.
Gotta play another Kaido next turn.
Yeah, just for the flex.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Really not using our hand advantage now.
No. All right. Surely we found something we can use.
Surely, dude.
Probably best card here would be Red Rock. Yeah, that would definitely help out on a lot of, the pressure that we're seeing on the other end. Because if we don't clear this board, I don't know if we're going to be able to get a win.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, 10 on to work with. Kaido on board. Jozu attacked once this game. Actually, it might not have even attacked once. I can't remember it. I think it might have gotten Bonnie leader effect and then just a combination of Carrot, 10 drop Dofi. It's just been hanging out.
Well, that's all I need to do.
Yeah. Well, yeah, whatever we do, Kaido needs to be our first attack, right? Or Bonnie's effect is just going to prevent it from attacking.
A Dofi effect is not worth it compared to that. And what are we talking to, do you think? Or should?
I honestly don't think it matters because I think Uru is just going to block no matter where you go.
Mm-hmm.
If you try to get rid of the Carrot, the Rosinante, like Rosinante is already protecting the Carrot from KO effects. Not that blue has a lot of those.
No. So I'm going to get bottom nectar returned.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I don't think it matters. I mean, I'm sure there is like something like a Mihawk that you can bottom deck the blocker, but I don't think that's really going to be too intuitive.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So we do have the Red Rock.
Those are Rock. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I thought this was a twin blade.
No. All right. So keep getting rid of the Coven. Like you have 3 good targets and you can only choose 2, right? So I think Carrot's definitely one you get rid of. And then it's up to Uruj or Cavendish, and I think
Uruj better.
Uruj is probably better because then they have to kind of commit something to this. Don't forget leader effect. Yeah, sure did. Oh, with only 2 cards in hand, right? Yeah, yeah. We can go 5 here, and with cards on board, that's likely enough. But again, we've got a super fat hand for Dofi, so it's not immediately out yet.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess we probably should have attacked into the Rosinante for the guaranteed, but the fact that we had to put Bonnie onto having exactly 2k 1k when the deck is usually just so full of bricks, I likely would have put that gamble out there, but you're feeling a lot worse that it didn't go in.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, 9k swing. Where's that going?
That Prona's been around for too long. No.
Probably the face.
Yeah. Yeah, you definitely want to get out of this 9, though, right?
Sure.
As a start.
Yeah. Got plenty of cards to do it.
Yeah. We're going to try another 9. And then I think this is 10. 5. Yeah, no such luck. Dofi still had the attack as well, and that's going to get it. Yeah, Bonnie's able to get the win.
There you go. Okay, so I think with the 2 big things here, of course, was the Rosinante and the double Carrots, but early Uru and just kind of mitigating and controlling the board and how it swings is really big. It just kind of showcased everything that was really good about, or that is really good about Bonnie, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, that was a pretty good match. Did what he could, but
Yeah,
You know,
I
kinda
think
saw the parsing you needed.
the carrot definitely helped the matchup in the long run. It got out of so much attacks. Just Jozu never getting any value really hurt it. And despite them being able to bounce it back to hand, having the Rosinante to essentially make it so you never bounce it back to hand is was very clean.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. Pretty tough.
yeah, but we're at the mid part of round 4. It's going to be a little bit early for to get into round 5, obviously, but I think we're going to take a bit of a longer break for this one as we get into round 5. We'll have, I believe, 64 undefeateds going to this round, so I'm going to do my best to try to get all that information while we can, and see what. Yeah, I know. With no, too bad there's no one here to help me, right, Brian? It's only me. Yeah, no one.
Yeah.
No one to help me.
Technically, it is.
Yeah, technically, yeah.
Technically, it is. So.
In this long, imagine just walk out of the door behind you, just Brian, get in here. But yeah, it's going to be a little bit longer of a break just to coordinate that. We've been streaming for over 3 hours at this point too, so it's lunchtime. If you want to get some lunch, we'll be back. I'm going to say. Where are we time wise? I'm going to say a quick 25 minutes.
Yeah, that's probably about right. You got a little less than 20.
I'll say 24 minutes. So we'll try to consolidate the data as best as we can. I should have a pretty good idea of what decks are left undefeated as well by the start of round 5. And we can kind of get more selective with our match choices too. So bit of extended breaks. Thank you guys for hanging out. And we'll see you guys in 20-ish. See you then. All right, we are back. Getting this set up for you all, but we have round number 5 for us. We're about at the end of this is likely the halfway. We do have 63 undefeateds right now. So unless for the next 5 rounds, the down pair loses every one of those, we'll be doing the full 10 today. Yeah, very, very unlikely. So we had 64 undefeateds at the end of, or sorry, 63 as mentioned. I went through 30-ish of them, maybe closer to 40. And this is the only Zoro that I found. So this might be the only undefeated Zoro that we have left. Not guaranteed, but I did want to try to go into this. And we are going to be facing against the Black Yellow Luffy, which can be a bit of a rough matchup for this deck at times.
Couldn't find the mute button. Yeah, that's the real thing for me. Where in a leader that is constantly 7K or 9K versus a leader that goes wide that swings 5 to 6 to 7, it's kind of annoying for Zoro to deal with. So it's gonna be interesting to kind of see how they navigate around that.
Yeah, and looks like we're getting started. We did play the 1-drop Nami to find the 3-drop Chopper. This is the one that plays an animal from hand when played. And they're playing another Nami, hopefully finding the new 3-drop Chopper from the set.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that Chopper's pretty cool. Probably one of the main reasons people are playing Zoro right now, right? Being able to play out the animal things. Nami did get a Jambe, which is pretty cool. Gets around those Pexi Sabos when trying to take game. And a 6K swing on Luffy's end.
Yep, so I guess they're going to play something for 2. It's going to be one of the Luffys, which I think you're really inclined to play these out in this matchup. The removal potential for Zoro is incredibly low, so these generally stay on board. But also, you have a lot of chances to also just trade into other 1-drops with it and then go into one of your 5-drops. So I like this play a lot.
Right. Yeah, this is pretty good. Get the 2-drop out. There's the Chopper.
Which is able to play out another Chopper there, the 3/4 blocker, which is quite nice. The one thing that I've noticed is that usually if you really want to, pump the aggression out, you do want to have like 1 Dawn open for the EBO1 event. But we do get the 1-drop out there. And then we're playing the Sabo, so a really good blocker for us too, getting a draw 2, trash 2 opportunity. And yeah, kind of being able to get this blocker is really nice. And you really don't mind losing it early. We're going to put a 5-drop Luffy into our trash and thinking on the 2nd.
Maybe like a 8th or something.
But
I'm really deciding here.
Yeah, but in general, I think for this matchup, there are ways for like Zoros to kind of sneak some advantage or some wins. Like Jambe with leader 14K to the noggin can get games if your opponent's not prepared for it. You play out a lot of bodies, but if you become a 7 or 9K leader, it's really hard to convert that into damage a lot of the time or pressure. And interesting, getting rid of one of the Rocket Luffys out of hand, since those can be really great for removing these 3-drop Choppers off the board.
Yeah, definitely. Probably something that we'll be seeing pretty soon. Pretty cool support. What, a set or 2 ago before, right? And with all these lower costed annoyances, it's gonna be pretty good. Zoro has a pretty decent hand, a lot of options to consider. It might be one of those things where, let's just wait a little bit, build our board for the things that we can kind of plan out, and on our 10 Dawn turn, just use that to really get to a point where we don't really care about a 7 or 9K leader. But they will have to do some damage first.
Yeah, and just counting some numbers, if you can afford to, being able to attack with your blocker Chopper first, being able to make their Sabo a 4K blocker is impactful. But it looks like we're just going to attack with our 3-drop, looking at top 5 for an animal to be able to play off. And looks like we have another blocker chopper, which is pretty good. So this is going to go 7k to the face.
It's a lot.
It looks like they are going to be taking it. Looks like we're going to go another 7k. Taking that one as well. We've got 3 Dawn left. We could play Rush Zoro. Oh, are they thinking about taking it? Or thinking about triggering it, it looks like.
I don't know. Probably trigger. There's some stuff in black that can pop lower costed things, right?
Yeah, Ice Age, another Rocket Luffy. Yeah, another Rocket Luffy. Yeah. And looking like hitting probably the blocker.
Yeah, one of the choppers. Probably the stood one's fine.
Yeah, the only issue is that like the 3-drop, the new 3-drop is kind of obnoxious as the longer it stays on board.
Yeah, I mean, but we're probably going to swing with our Sabo next turn. I mean, you don't have to, but it's a possibility.
Yeah.
We're only at 1 life too, so that might not just happen. Could play another Sabo, but already separating our 4 Dawn here. Oh, 5. Never mind. Oh, look, 8. Never mind. Okay. All right, never mind. And just deciding. Yeah, big out 1 life is a little tricky because you have to kind of decide like, hey, do I want to put myself down at 0 life and kind of start doing the things that I want to do?
Yeah.
Or do I just, let the aggressive deck be aggressive and plan accordingly for my next turn?
Yeah, because this next turn, if they don't answer the board, is going to be tough. Already 2 of the OPO7 Luffys have been activated. If you're able to put one into your life, you'd be able to get some good value too. Potentially being able to, like, since you still have the 2-cost Luffy, it's been on the board the entire game, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so being able to potentially use that to get the removal would be really nice on one of these choppers.
Right.
But the other thing is that eventually you really shouldn't care about these, right? Your opponent's going to have to, if you're a 9k leader, your opponent's going to have to put a lot of effort to getting the removal of them, right? Or put Dawn just to pressure a 9k leader.
Right. Which is why, for me, I think swinging with leader, maybe like a 7 into the new chopper, and then playing another Sabo is probably just like one of the more safer ways to go, and sort of set up your next turn because you're going to go down to 0. I highly doubt that you're not, and even if he doesn't swing, you still have the Sabo on board and more Dawn to play with to put yourself down to 0. So, I don't know. I think that's just what the decision making is here. The deck isn't the most easy deck to play, the Black Yellow Luffy deck. So, more decisions, more things to deal with.
Yeah, so it looks like we're going to play out the 5-cost Luffy, use the effect to discard a life and draw a card. We've got 2 Dawn left that we can use to put likely 2 Rocket Luffys into our life, use one of them to get rid of the chopper. We're going to start with this effect, though, discarding a 5-cost Sabo, the yellow one.
Yep.
Yeah, 2 of the 5-cost Luffys there.
All right, and we're probably using this effect. Leader gets boosted. We swing into the rest in 1, pop the other one. What? Leader. All right, 7k leader. Yeah. All right, not too bad, I guess.
Yeah, 7k leader with 1 life, no blocker up, but they're going to have to put a lot of Dawn for these Namis and this chopper to push pressure. So I think it's okay to leave that 3-4 out there.
Yeah, there's a lot of commitment, a lot of stuff that you have to do in order to get through this 7k leader, and even then. Our Black Luffy player, just like I was about to say, has a pretty large hand, right?
Yeah.
So
yeah, it looks like 8 cards.
Yeah, that's the real challenge. This is really what the real challenge is, because even if you you kind of not so much wait them out, but like in the late game, they still have Gecko, right? They still have you still have that to deal with.
Yeah, I don't. How much Dawn are they going to? They're going to 9 Dawn, I think, though, next turn.
9 Dawn.
Yeah, so they don't get there yet.
No, they're not going to play it. But I'm saying more of like later on, because this is not going to get any better before it gets. It's going to get worse before it gets better.
Oh yeah. So we're going to play our chopper here, or attack with it. We're going to be able to make it a 7K with 2 Dawn underneath it, 1 Dawn underneath the leader. We could discard a card to draw a Straw Hat not named chopper from our trash, but currently not worth it seems, and just get a simple 1K out of hand.
Yeah.
We're going to go now 7. Honestly, I'd probably be pressuring the Sabo first, if I was being honest, but just to try to get more cards out of their hand.
Yeah.
Looks like for 3 + 1, we've got Zoro, another 7 at their leader.
Okay. Just deciding which 1K to use, which is relatively important because you interact with your trash quite a lot.
Yeah,
and he's checking it.
You're like, you can like take it as well. Garp is pretty impactful though. If you're missing one of your 2-drop boys, that can definitely help. But hopefully this means for Black Yellow Luffy, if they're able to get to a 9K leader with a Sabo up, I think that will likely be game. It'll be really tough to get advantage past that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but currently at 9 Dawn, so they're not going to be able to do it with the Moria. They're going to have another 2-drop Luffy and then another a single 2-drop Sabo. And if they're able to have those 2 cards, I think that's the game. All right, confirming. Yeah, still 9 Dawn. We are able to. There could be like a situation where we have like the Sabo 2-drop, but not the Luffy 2-drop. If that's the case, we can use our Luffy effect. We'd be a 7K leader, which is a little bit worse in this scenario, but we could still get the advantage there, and then maybe loop another 5-drop blocker. But yeah, okay, we do have the Luffy though. So I'm going to use the effect. We're now a 7K leader. We're going to use the leader or the effect of the 5-drop. I will say it is bold to be playing Black Yellow Luffy and not have any dice on you. That is that is of all decks that plus and minus yourself. You definitely need a couple dice if this is hanging out.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things of courtesy as well, right?
Yeah. All right, we're going to put 2 Dawn underneath our leader. We're going to be able to use the effect to discard 1 card from our hand, another 1-cost event. And then we're able to put 2 cards face up into our life. And it's going to be another Rocket Luffy. And yeah, we're going to play a Sabo for 2. Yep. Going to be 9K with 1 life. And this is really where we want it, right? If we're 9K with 0 life, Jambe is a really good card to be afraid of for the rest of the game. Additionally, 7K with 1 life is a little bit just worse than this. So this is fantastic for us. So we're going to start with a 9, likely at leader, perhaps at the 3-drop Zoro. And then a big 11K going in. And this is looking pretty tough. Yeah, going down to 0. So it's going to be, I think we're going to 10 Dawn now for Zoro. They're only 3 cards in hand, though. That is a little scary.
Part's a little sus for Black Yellow Luffy. And we're only 7K, right?
Yeah. I know we're 9K. We're 9K.
We're 9K?
Because we were at 1 life and we Luffy'd and Saboed.
Oh, okay. I missed that part.
It's okay, because if we were using dice.
Yes.
Yeah,
Expect
it'd be real easy to know or not know,
correct.
but it's okay.
Mhm.
All right, and looking at these, we got a lot of cards in hand. I think we got close to 10. It seems like for Zoro, but yeah, 10 cards is good, but you really are put aside by just how much Dawn you have, unfortunately.
I mean, what's that new card? The 9-drop?
Like silvers? Are you talking about dragon
No,
or
no, no.
new 9-drop?
There's an 8-drop. Let me pull it up.
Those are the cards I would know. Like either silvers are dragon that this deck would run, I think.
Pull it up. 8-drop. Sorry, it's monkey. D dragon.
Yeah, dragon. Yeah, what I said. Yeah.
No, I said 9-drop.
Yeah.
But it's an 8-drop.
Your dragon's an 8-drop. Yeah, I know. I'm aware.
My bad.
So, yeah, but this is tough mostly because like there could be like a scenario where you could go for board. You'd be able to get rid of these bodies pretty easy, but you'd have to like set up 2 blockers because that Luffy gets rid of one of them for free.
True.
All right. And I mean, if you think their hand is just empty, you could maybe get enough attacks to get there, or maybe cheese where they don't respect the Jombe either, which we added 2 hand turn 1, so they should know it's there, right?
If they pay attention.
All right, looks like we're gonna go 6K into the Sabo,
Could be either one.
and we're gonna discard a what is a chopper to get a 1K to our hand. All right, there goes the Sabo. And a couple cards in your discard pile or your trash.
Nice.
All right, we got 2 6K bodies on the board right now with 8 Dawn left. We're going to be playing the Kariha, looking top 4 for a Drum Kingdom card.
Yeah. Okay. Still a lot of cards in hand, though.
A lot of cards, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, spending another one for another Kariha. Again, likely looking for blocker choppers, potentially like upgrading 2Ks, even though there's like really only 1 2K the deck runs right now.
Okay. So both Zoro swings 9K leader. So I have this Luffy to swing with. Only 3 cards in hand. You know, could just go the simple route and be like, okay, well, I'm just gonna swing a good old 8 and a 6 and maybe play a 1 or 2 drop.
And we're adding something. Yeah, again, about 10 cards in hand, which, you know, it's not unheard of. We can get out of a 15K attack with that many cards. And potentially like just remove enough bodies on board or like pressure like the 5/8 Luffy. What could the decisions be on these 4 cards that has taken this long though? I am curious.
Nothing. Also, animal card.
Yeah, it's likely either like maybe a blocker chopper and a 2K. That's maybe what's causing the agony, but
yeah.
All right, we got 8K going for, I'm guessing, the 5/8 Luffy. All right, 2K out, and then blocker, sure, which can just get popped by the Rocket Luffy. But again, like there are definitely numbers here where, yeah, start with the attack here just while we still can. If they block it, then you don't have to use the popping effect. Yeah, you just block with Chopper there. That was a bit of a throw of a 2K.
Yeah, right. Well, oh well.
15.
That's a lot.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, okay, no. Not quite there.
We're getting there, right?
Yeah, it was intimidating, but only one 2K in that 8 card hand.
He had a
little rough.
What should we call it? He had a whole different area for his counter card. So it looked promising.
It looked promising, right? But even then, we'd still have a 6K attack and an 8K attack.
No, we don't talk about that part.
I don't think we were too worried, but regardless. That was that one. Well, let's see. Maybe we can jump into another game real quick. Let me see if there's any matchups that would be conducive for that real quick. Do you want to start at table 32 and I go start at 1?
Yeah. Oops.
Let's see.
There is no 32. So we're going to go 36.
That was a Nami game that ended. We have another Zoro player playing in starter deck 14 Luffy, which they could go for game right now, potentially.
Oh, so we're not watching
that. Yeah, that one's a little bit. We got a double Rob Lucci mirror.
Okay. Whoa, what is going on with this guy's camera? Look like he's in the movie The Ring?
Yes.
Looks like the chick from The Ring. He's like hanging out in her house.
Hey, it's spooky month, right? It's October.
Yeah, on brand. Bonnie mirror. That looks headache.
Rob Lucci versus Star Deck 13 Luffy. Another Bonnie mirror. Rough.
Got another Zoro versus Rob Lucci.
It's also rough. We got a purple Luffy versus black yellow Luffy. All these games are just like end state though, which is a little bit tricky.
I have nothing but mirrors.
Yeah, Nami versus purple Luffy. Purple Luffy versus Reiju.
Oh,
maybe.
I have a Piranha versus Star Deck Luffy, just in case.
Oh, you're going down from 32, not up towards 1.
Yeah, not up, sorry.
That's okay. Black yellow Luffy mirror. We have our guy Jonas playing against a Bonnie, but they've set up a Eustace Kid, which is kind of scary.
Jonas.
You just go here. This game looks like it's got a little bit extra juice. Let me just
juice though.
Let me just update the graphics real quick.
Okay.
All right, leader is Star Deck 13 Luffy. And then our other one is Bonnie. So traditionally a tougher matchup, I think, for the Star Deck Luffy. Bonnie does have some good interactions for the deck.
Mm-hmm.
But it doesn't seem like Jonas is in the worst spot right now.
No, 2 Sabos, a Gecko, and a Luffy. Looking real good. The Kid and Dofi with the leader effect is very annoying. Knavish, does that prevent whatchamacallit? Let me see. Don't you have to answer that? Oops.
Yeah, probably the most obnoxious thing about this matchup though is that being able to consistently get out of an attack is strong. That Eustace Kid is hard to remove unless we get Ice Age to be able to get that removal. And I know towards the end of OP07, a lot of people were playing like Finger Pistol to be able to get rid of Cavendishes and other obnoxious cards. But
right
now, Jonas has 3 cards in hand. Very few cards in hand for our Bonnie player. Looks like 3 or 4. But the other thing is, if you've already established a board, Hody can also just end games, which is kind of scary. Which it looks like they're going to attempt to do right now.
Right.
They're going to be able to attack with Cavendish for free just to get 2 Dawn back. And I think we can just get numbers to get there. So this is going to be 11. Okay. Actually, that 11 might be a little bit too big with 1 card left in life. I guess we're going to go 1 card here, so 9. So 1K.
0.
And then they have a 11, so they need 2K, 1K.
Where's the 11 coming from?
From the Hody.
Oh, on the
yeah.
Yeah, Hody makes this very difficult.
Yeah.
I think the 11 might take it. Wait, where are we swinging?
Oh,
Sabo.
6 into Sabo. Interesting.
I think they're probably comfortable to do this. And, like, it also makes Hody... Like, if he has all 2Ks in hand, like, they're like, well, you're just going to lose this.
Yeah.
Because if you save it, then you probably will lose.
Yeah, there's a 1K here. And then Hody can either go for game. They might be worried about they might want to try to leave a Dawn open.
Because if they have, what, a 2K? And that's it, right?
Yeah. So this is...
okay. Yeah, that's probably what they're saying.
Yeah.
If you have a 2K, then I lose both.
But I think they're saying I don't think they can systematically lose with the idea that Hody, like with Eustace Kid up, with 1 Dawn open, I just don't think they can lose this next turn by doing this. Which I think is a fair thing to say. Because you could go for game right now, it's a 9 into 9. And if the last card in Jonas's hand is no counter, you win. You can go additionally a big 9 into 8, which would let you get rid of the Luffy as well.
This is definitely a safer route.
Yeah.
So, like, this is fine, you know? Because we have leader, we have kid, and 3 cards in hand. So, like,
yeah, Sabo's gone, and then we're gonna pass it from here. So
it's probably a decent decision. This is gonna be a little close, though.
We need 3 attacks to stick. And we currently are presenting 4. They have 2 cards in hand. If we get Ice Age, that's super impactful.
Oh yeah, definitely. If we can get rid of this kid, that's gonna be quite a lot. It's gonna be a little better.
Yeah, for sure.
I don't know. This is a tough one.
Yeah, and then I don't know if Jonas plays aces as well. Ace would help this. Is definitely helpful in the Bonnie matchups to be able to present another attack.
He would have to top deck it.
Yeah.
Otherwise, he was bluffing last turn for sure.
Yeah. Looks like we're gonna go a big 11 into the Eustace Kid. Going to get the rest on
leader, probably.
Leader or the 5-drop Luffy. Either one is terrifying.
Yeah, both of them get boosts.
Yeah,
for sure.
Yeah, I think the 5/8 is likely better.
Yeah,
it's worse if you play ace, but I don't think we do that. Yeah, we're gonna go big 9, and then we're gonna go 10 on the other side. So I think 2 or 3 cards in hand.
Yep.
And then big 10.
Big 10.
And do we have it?
If he has it.
No, we don't.
It's not.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
I don't think we did. Just a bunch of 1Ks.
That's 1-1. Oh, yeah, that is 1K.
And if they went for game, Jonas looks like he had 2Ks in hand, so it was going to be fine either way. But very close, some very good numbers from Jonas. And
that was sick.
I wonder.
No surprise from our national champ.
I think the only thing is that it might have been better to not Hody that turn. If we waited one more turn, it might have been a more impactful play. But
I think so too. But I also think like knowing he only has the 1Ks, he can only protect so much of the kid.
Yeah.
With that the Gecko on board. So I don't know. It's I think it was a fine way to go about it, because like he could have easily bricked. Like let's be real. Like he could have had like not enough counter, Jonas, that is. So
yeah. Well, that's going to be it for round 5 for our coverage. We'll have round number, I'm going to say 14 minutes. We should have 31 or 32 undefeated. So we do know that Jonas with Black Yellow Luffy is currently 5-0. And our other Black Yellow Luffy that we saw at the beginning, I believe it was Justin. I believe it was Josh. My apologies, Josh, which we saw against Zoro. So I'll try to see and find what other decks that we have left from there, and we'll see in about 15. Be right back.
Yep.
All right, we are back with round number 6. We took a little bit extra time, but I think it was worth it. We were able to find all 32 leaders that are currently undefeated. And Brian, you got that list for us?
Yeah, we do have 7 starter deck 13 Luffy, 6 purple Luffy, which is quite a lot, 6 Bonnie, 4 Rob Lucci, 3 Nami, 2 starter deck 14 Luffy, 2 Yamato, 1 Katakuri, which is what we're watching right now,
yep,
and 1 Reiju.
Yeah, so again, like a good mix of the usual suspects, but then also a lot of hopefuls, singles and doubles. So Katakuri is definitely one that's not on my bingo card, though. I do know that it's getting some new support at the end of the month with their own star deck, but it hasn't been super present since, I'm going to say, probably like OPO6, perhaps. And OPO7, it wasn't very present, I believe.
Yeah, I think these types of decks in general are probably like cyclical, just like how maybe like a deck like Nami, it just depends on what kind of format there is. I think Katakuri, which we're looking at right now, against one of the more prominent black decks. I think the biggest thing, let me think. What do you think the biggest outlier is going against a black deck like this, do you think?
As like what would you play into it, or what?
Oh, I'm sorry. Like, what's the reason why someone wouldn't play Katakuri?
I think the biggest issue is that the big bodies you establish on board aren't as impactful. They can get removed a lot easier, just there are a lot of defensive decks, right? I think Katakuri's always had an issue against blockers, and it still doesn't really have fantastic ways to get around them. And I think the other thing is like consistency, right? I think Enel has been generally moderately consistent. The fact that you get so many more life triggers, you on average get the ones you need more often, but I think that's also tricky for it.
Yeah, definitely. I can see that. Well, we're gonna start out with 2 pretty decent cards. 2 ones that we know and love for this Katakuri deck.
Also, this is a huge problem for this deck. It's called Kuzan.
Yeah, it is.
Yellow doesn't really have a way to get out of it. I also think like Katakuri has a hard time against Black Yellow Luffy traditionally. We do have the Gadatsu though. Okay, all right, never mind. I stand corrected. They're still playing that card.
Yeah, a little easier when your leader is a 5k or a 5 life leader, and you're gonna stay at that 4 life, so Gadatsu gets that trigger.
Yeah.
So.
Now there is like cool. The new Nami, which can get rid of it too, but you have to go like -1 in hand advantage, so that's why it's like a little bit less good. But so far, just this barrage of 5Ks have been very strong. We're going to 6 Dawn, but Luffy hasn't really been able to establish anything yet, which is a little scary.
Right. Yeah, a little scary, but let's see. I'm sure at this Dawn total, we'll see something coming out.
Yeah, Saba would be good. Also, if we end up having Sanji from the starter deck, being able to put a Dawn underneath their leader and then get rid of the Gadatsu would be good. But it looks like we're going to start off with a 6k attack into either leader or the Perospero. Wherever the area. It looks like it was it got 2k'd out, and then we have the Sabo. So it is a nice blocker for us, but the fact that we still have this Gadatsu attack we have to be worried about definitely is a little bit scary. There's a lot of momentum from Katakuri very early on already.
Yeah, tons of momentum. Just a good curve out, right? We got the putting into Perospero, into Gadatsu, into... I'm just going to let him talk now on the next one.
Yeah. You know it's coming up next, Brian. It's all in our mind. We're just going to see if he has it, right?
Yeah. Big thing. A big woman.
Yeah, 7-drop Lin is still very relevant if played on curve. I think we saw one added to hand earlier with Pudding, if I recall correctly.
This is a 7k swing though.
Yeah, so we must not have had it. I swear it was added to hand.
Maybe just didn't want to play it for now. Maybe you just wanted to swing more than play one body.
Yeah, because you get to pressure more right now if that's the case, and you make the 7 drop a little bit more rough to deal with. It looks like we are going to block and 2K to save it. Interesting. At that point, if you're going to use a 2K to save it, you might as well just use it, right? Oh, I guess it's a 7K. You're right. Yeah, it's not.
Yeah,
it was a 7 out of 6. Yeah.
Yep.
All right, they're going to attack with Katakuri with a Dawn underneath it for, I think, the first time this... Oh, 2 Dawn underneath the Parasparrow first.
7K swing again.
Yep. And either to the Sabo or the Luffy. Oh, into the life, and we are taking it. Wow.
Okay, going down to 2. I think this is what they wanted, though, right? Like, this is it's what our category player wanted.
Yeah. I'm going to look at the top card of our life. I'm going to put it to the bottom, so immediately either beige, 0 cost event, something scary like that.
Mm-hmm.
And now thinking on the 7K, which means what? Do we have another Parasparrow coming down? Is Pudding going for 5?
Yeah.
Going down to 1 is pretty scary.
A little bit. Okay.
All right, 2K, 1K. And another Parasparrow. Roof.
This is quite the momentum, quite the start, quite the curve from our category player.
Yeah, still at 5 life, which is intimidating. We're looking at cards in life. We can either play an 8 drop Moria here or 7 cost Jack. Both of those I think would be great for us.
Definitely. It's just too bad that 2 of these guys will give us cards potentially if we pop them.
All right. Oh, yeah. Looks like just simple 5 into the Parasparrow looking top 3. And we do have a Brule 3-drop blocker. Ooh, we're attacking with 6. Interesting. All right, they're going to 1K out, and then we're going to play Armoria. So, unfortunate thing about going second in this matchup is that, like this, is that you get to play the Moria, but you are still a 5K leader. We also didn't get any hits, and so we have to decide if we want to get Jack or the 2K. Jack would be good for next turn to be able to get rid of a body, but yeah, it has to be the T-Bone. And I'm going to pass from there. All right, still 5 life for Katakuri. They're going to 9 Dawn, so no 10-drop Linlin yet.
No, not just yet. Got about 4 or 5 cards in our Luffy player's hand. You know, we can at least swing with our Pero, but looks like, yeah, 7 cost is coming down. I guess he did want that extra Dawn to play with afterwards.
Mm-hmm.
I'm actually going to trash one. I mean, either way, it's going to be pretty bad of a decision. Or not someone's bad of a decision, but like, hey, this feels bad.
All right, 1K out with a Borsalino. Interesting to see Borsalinos in this deck. Something I generally don't see, but I think can be really obnoxious if you're playing against Rob Lucci.
So, I mean, yeah, still a good card. Searchable with brand new. Play it off Big Boy. So, Don't blame him. It's what, 6 cards, I think he showed? Just trying to keep track there.
Yep. And thinking about... Oh, we're actually attacking into brand new. Wow.
I was thinking about that. I was like, are we going to swing the brand new? But hey, we're doing it with the pudding.
All right. 6 is going... What, likely
Sabo?
Yeah.
And we're blocking.
Oh, wow.
For why?
And then 7, the top card of the life, keeping it there.
I feel like it was better to block. But I guess we're swinging into the Sabo.
Sabo, yeah. At that point, I would have attacked into life, but...
Yeah, same. He doesn't have quite that 6K boost yet, so...
Yeah, even if Linlen does nothing, you have quite a big board to capitalize on.
Yeah.
But we'll see. You definitely want to be able to put a Dawn on your leader this turn. You may be able to get rid of their 7-cost Linlen with like Ice Age Jack. But I think if you're needed to win this, you're going to have to like chain some Morias. Which, I mean, having Rebecca and brand new to keep those active is good. The issue is that you're just not pressing a lot of damage this turn. So we could go like 7-7-9 and then attack with and play a Moria. All right, still thinking.
Yeah,
10 hold on and a pretty wide hand. I think we got like 6 or 7 cards in hand for Luffy. Looks like we're gonna go big 8 since we do have a now 9-cost Moria on the board. So this is gonna go 8 to looks like the Gadatsu. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Gonna go 9 into assumedly leader.
Yep.
And then either Moria or Jack and an Ice Age, but it looks like it's going to be the Moria. Same play. We're going to use the effect of brand new, finding another Jack, but this time a 2K, way better for you.
Yeah.
And then we're going to add the T-Bone back to hand. So again, we still are a 6K leader, so if they do play Big Mom, only the Linlen 7-drop would be able to attack, which is way less good than if we were a 5K leader.
True that. Yeah, pretty the easier route here with the 10 Dawn, just getting max value with the 2Ks and an additional blocker and a big boy. So looks like we were talking about before earlier in the day, just quite a lot of value. And do we swing leader into brand new?
Yeah, because there's just no other targets. Because again, we're a 6K leader right now.
Wasn't he 7?
No, there wasn't a Dawn underneath Katakuri because we just played the 10-drop.
It says Matt.
Yeah, the mat does look like everything has a Dawn attached to it. Yes, yeah, I will agree.
Yeah. My fault. Yeah, I did see the now glaring 10-drop Altart. So that's coming down to 0 and back to 5 like nothing ever happened.
Yep.
So this is where it gets a little tough for Luffy, you know?
It does, yeah.
It's a little tough being at 0 with 5 life staring down at you.
But your blockers are great. There's a chance you can get rid of like the 10-drop, potentially too. Oh, moving the glare around, do appreciate that. The more impactful cards without the glare. But yeah, still at 5 life for Katakuri is menacing.
Yeah.
And kind of the other thing that it's not really mentioned. With 5 cards in life, including knowing what the last one is, like if the last one is beige or 0 cost event, since we did put it there, chances are we've truly have likely lost this game. But on the flip side, even if we start attacking, there's a chance that we give them more cards to attack with next turn, which is pretty scary as well. Yeah, I think best play would have to be either just a straight up Rebecca to get a Sabo. Another Morio wouldn't be awful. One of those 2 lines.
I mean, yeah, Morio, the blocker, additional coverage with your hand. I mean, if they keep the 7-drop on board, that's still going to be kind of annoying. But we're probably going to swing into it, and then it's going to get...
Well, we're starting with 10 into, I'm guessing 7-drop, because this is currently an 8K body.
I think that's probably what's going to happen here. It's going to be at least 2 10K swings. So, like, you're going to have to think about how are you going to be protecting here.
Yeah, beige Gadatsu's pretty good.
Only 2 cards after that.
Yeah.
Hand. Yeah, just going to do it again. I feel like just letting go the first time would have been fine.
Yeah, but this like eats up a Gecko attack too, right?
Sure.
Okay, we're going to use Ice Age on the Big Mom, so currently costing 5. We're going to play out Sanji, which, because we do have an 8 cost out to get rid of it, and then we've got a big 8K, which didn't hit anything, so this is looking kind of promising. And our 6K leader again, we've got a couple cards in hand. Let's see, if 9 Dawn for a 5 and a 7, which is 12, 21. So we have a 10 and 11 if we want to try to go for game for this one right now. And alternatively, we could just play another Big Mom, just get another body, delay it a turn. Again, being a 6K leader really makes the Big Moms a little bit less impactful. But looks like we're going to start off with a 5. Look at the top card of life. Keep it at the top there. Yeah, so this is currently 10 at a 6. So you need 2K, 2K, 1K. And then if you block this, they attack with Perospero, which is going to be which would need 3 2Ks. All right. I believe that's 3 2Ks, 2 Surus and a Tashigi. Oh, they moved the pudding. I'm like, they wouldn't. All right, and passing from there. All right. So we're inching towards it, right? The 6K leader on defense has been getting a lot of value for the last couple turns. And let's see what we can do with this 10 Dawn.
For life is kind of the biggest deterrent here.
Yeah, but I don't think we're going to try to get rid of that 4 life yet.
No.
We might chip like 1 or twice. I mean, this is 7 into 5. They're going to look at top 3 for a Big Mom Pirates card. It looks like it's getting that pudding? 1-drop pudding? I believe. That wasn't Shirahoshi, right? It was yellow and foily. It's hard to distinguish those. Yeah, Flampe, and I think it's pudding. I think it's 1-drop pudding. 9. Oh, there's a Kiko Nojo, which we knew was there, which is pretty scary. And that's like the issue too. Like by attacking and getting them closer to life, you are potentially giving them way more tempo.
Yeah, that is a big part. Kiko Nojo is going to be kind of a big annoyance for sure.
Yep, there it is. Thank you.
You
Thank you,
me?
Lewis.
For sure heard me.
Three in hand, which I believe are all unknown. We would have to like double Rebecca at this point, I think. Like double blocker kind of has to be the way. Because we've already, I mean, I guess we could Rebecca into Borsalino since we are playing that card too. Yeah, it looks like 9 to life. Nothing from there. And, okay, another Moria. That's helpful, but not... It's spooky time, so it's looking top 3. Ooh, a 2K off that is fantastic. There goes Moria number 3. You do need to lose a body on board. Likely the Sanji, but... Yeah, there it is. And then we're adding likely a 2K. Yeah, T-Bone. All right, so this is obviously danger territory at this point. If Katakuri can't win on this turn, it's likely they're out of it.
Yeah.
Oh, they're going to use the Flampe.
Right.
This is going to get them a chance for Amaru, which doesn't.
Yep.
It's a 5 cost, right? It's a 5 cost, yeah. Because of Luffy's effect.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a bit of a misplay, right?
I mean, you didn't lose any Dawn for it, but it's because you use 3 Dawn to give plus 3K, right? It just means like you have to go for game now.
Yeah.
So this is 9 plus 2. This is 11.
Could be a block.
And then I think there are 2 11s. So you need 3 2Ks.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so this is another 11. We see this bottom card. We know 2Ks are in hand. So 8, 10, 11. Or 12, yeah. And that's good.
He's good. He's good.
And this is...
pass the turn.
This has been a game of inches, but it looks like Luffy's going to likely get there. Start with a 9.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously the Flampe made it a little bit trickier to defend this, but...
Right.
Yeah. And that's the power of this Luffy, though.
Yeah, I think that was, again, I think it was just a slight misplay. It was just like that other...
I mean, I don't even think it was a misplay at that point, right? Like, it was, but...
Because look at his hand. Because I mean, unless he drew another 2K.
Your attacks were just as powerful, though. Because you used a 1 drop and a 2 drop to give plus 3K off Amaru. It's the same. Now, obviously...
No, I meant like because of the blocker.
Yeah, but you didn't lose any power.
I'm not worried about the power. Because he was trying to rest the blocker, right?
Yeah, but like it didn't matter. Like if you use Amaru or not, you were still going to be doing 2 11s at that spot.
Without a blocker?
Because we're having confusion.
Yeah, I think I'm confused because he was trying to wrest the block.
But Amaru gives you power, so it doesn't matter that you're supposed to. It was a misplay. Yeah. But even if you didn't use Amaru, your attacks were the exact same. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I meant like it's a misplay because
with them having 3 Morias on board and everything, it did not matter what that was. You were likely going to lose next turn anyways, right?
No, I understand what you mean.
Yeah, I mean, obviously losing a life from Flampe means that you had to go for that turn, but I think with the board that was already present, you had to anyways.
Yeah.
So that is what I was trying to say. But
there's a little bit of a tunnel vision on that one.
It was, right? I mean, and that's what I think this Luffy does to people, right? You are so used to saying, "Oh, Amaru, I put this in my deck to be able to rest Rebecca," and in this leader, that doesn't happen.
Right. Yeah.
So
that was definitely, like you said, a game of inches.
It was, and
it came down to like, can I survive this, and to the point where I can take game. Which
Yeah,
literally happened.
Yeah, because like having a 6K leader against Katakuri, where a lot of the time they need to use all their Dawn for something else, is pretty close. But
Right.
I think it really could have gone either way. And I know Katakuri had that super early momentum, but I also want to commend the Luffy player for just making the right plays, playing it slowly, and still finding the out for it.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
Cool.
But I think that will be it for this round. We're gonna see what's left in the top 16. I think I'll see what's left undefeated. But how much time? Yeah, we got like 11 minutes around. I'm gonna put a sweet 20 on that timer. So we'll see what's left. We've got obviously one Stardeck 14 Luffy, which ended up winning both events this weekend so far. So the TAC Oceania Regionals and the Raid and Trade Online. So it'll be interesting to see if it can pull out a third win as well.
Yeah, that'd be pretty cool. I'm sure you'll check the remaining undefeated in this 20 minutes.
Yeah. Well, I will do that. So let's see what's left on our 16 undefeated, and we'll be right back. All right, we are back. We've got round number, geez, I think it's 7. Is it round 7?
Yeah, I believe so.
Oh, geez,
We should be on soon.
it has been a day and a half already, and we still got a couple more rounds left, don't we?
Yeah, so it looks like round 7 has been paired 7 out of 10 from what it looks like. So plenty of One Piece to play and to see. We do have a number of undefeated. So our 16 looks like 3 purple Luffy, 3 Bonnie, 3 Lucci, 2 Sardak 13, I'm guessing Luffy, 2 Yamato, 1 Nami, 1 Reiju, and 1 Sardak 14 Luffy.
Yeah, and we're gonna go to table 1, I believe, which should be Reiju versus, it looks like Bonnie, which can be pretty tough for it.
Okay, yeah, that's gonna be an interesting one on both ends. I would say, like you were saying, probably a little bit better for our Bonnie player, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so yeah, gonna be interesting to see what kind of stuff happens through that.
Yeah, it really depends on if you're able to set up your 8-drop kid. That does impact the matchup a lot. But also on the other side, with the addition of Black Maria, being able to get like your Dawn back to make your judge plays a little bit more efficient, I think helps the deck too.
Yeah, that is very true. We did see Reiju earlier today. Did a cool play with Judge, and I think that one ended up taking it, right?
No, they did not. They were close, but they just didn't have enough counter to get there.
Oh, yeah. You're right.
All right. Well,
that was a close match.
Let me finish setting up. So it's Bonnie versus.
Mm-hmm.
There's Bonnie. And right leader is Bonnie. Boom. All right. Let's scoosh over there. Bam.
Right.
All right. Round 7. Again, Reiju versus Bonnie. Of our top 16, we have, I think we said, what, 3 Bonnies left?
Yeah.
Yep. And then this is our single Reiju.
Yep. Single Reiju. We have a single Nami and a single Sardak 14 Luffy. And it's still in Fida? I do believe so, yeah.
I believe so, yeah. He's at table 3, and I think he's playing against a Yamato, which is potentially scary for the Black Yellow Luffy to deal with. So we'll see how that one goes.
For sure. Yeah, good luck to him. And this matchup, who do you think wants to go first?
I think Bonnie generally likes going second. It just helps out your curve if you're able to get like a Urouge out or Cavendish out early. Reiju doesn't really have a great answer to those, I feel like. There are some ways, but not fantastic ways. But
I gotcha.
I think that's the better curve for you. And then like getting to Dofi also helps out a lot too. All right, and we got the names. We got Adam and Jacob here. Adam, our Reiju player, and then Jacob, our Bonnie player. Which I feel like did we watch this Bonnie player a little bit earlier?
I want to say maybe.
I feel like we might have in the middle of a game.
Actually, I don't think so.
No, I think I'm just distracted by the way they put out their life. I think when we watched Jonas' match, he played against Sanami, and they also had black sleeves with their sleeves like that.
Right.
All right. Early start, though. So Reiju's going second. They are able to find their stage and then used it to find a 7 or their 4 cost Ichi, as well as putting 1 into their trash. So pretty good start. We're going to have the baby 5 look top 5 for Jacob. All right, looks like we're going to just start with a simple 6 to leader, keeping 1 open. I get just in case they miss sequence, or if they want to play like a Reiju into the Ichi.
That is true. Yeah, at least we did start out with the stage card, Ichi in our trash, 5 key swing into the 1 cost, and using the 4 for the Ichiji. So 7 key swing coming in pretty hot.
Yep. And we do have the Ichi. We do lose a Dawn. We get to draw a card off our leader. Currently at 3 Dawn, we're going to go 7 into the Bonnie and likely think about taking it.
Right. Okay, we do.
And then using our stage effect, we're going to discard a card from our hand. Discarding a 3 cost Niji, looking top 3, and adding the Germa Searcher event.
Okay. All right, well, back to Bonnie. A few decisions to make here. If you have like a carrot or something,
Yeah.
Davish.
Yeah, that does help a lot as well. It's they're gonna have a hard time removing this for most of the game, and that additional Dawn you get is huge. So 6 in the leader, and he gets a Black Mirror out of it.
Right. It's pretty good. Alright, you might start making plays here. Might start drawing cards. Well, here's gonna be one of them from the event card. And nice little Reiju. And this is probably going to be a nice little combo with the stage. Yep. There it is.
Yep. Discard the same
So
Reiju.
discarded. Yeah, when you watch people play like this, it's pretty interesting because like you can tell that they play this deck so many times.
Yes.
There's like no hesitation. It's just kind of like, okay, have I seen it? Or do I see the things that I need to see? What do I need to draw? You know, that kind of thing. But another 7 key swing here.
Yeah, you can definitely tell if Reiju's like the only deck they've sleeved up, right? Like they have
that's
just
it.
so many automatic processes that 'cause, Reiju does have a lot of decisions at time, and if you're not used to them, you can definitely go to time.
Yeah, definitely. Same thing with Bonnie, I'm sure, right? Like Bonnie just sort of just sits there and watches you cry while you can't swing with anything.
Yep,
It takes a while to get used to.
And with our remaining 4 Dawn, we're going to spend 2 to play the Tony Chopper to get a Dawn back. And then we're going to be able to use the Reiju 2-drop to be able to draw 2 and then a 3rd with the leader effect. So a very healthy hand. Looks like 8 cards, I believe, right now.
That's a lot of cards. Do we have any Dawn?
We have, it's beneath the trash. We started this turn at 5 Dawn.
Oh. Gotcha.
I think we're at 7 because we Dawn minus but we got back with Chopper.
Oh, okay. I don't know why I thought that was his trash, but it's actually his Dawn.
I generally don't see people put trash there, but yeah, or they're Dawn.
Yeah, they're Dawn.
I put it in the trash. I get it later, right? That's the
yeah, sure.
That's the way to do it.
That seems kind.
Well,
what is this? What actually is this card?
This is the 5-cost Bonnie, so it's pretty close to what Carrot does. It just stuns anything. Including a potential Dawn, so it's going to make it so the each G is not going to be able to attack next turn, and then we've got a really good curve here of also having the Ooh Rouge out. So we get the Dawn active back, got some good 5-drop bodies on the board, and just some good tempo from Bonnie.
Cool. Oh, I see it now. Gotcha.
All right, I believe Reiju's at 7 Dawn. Which is quite a lot for the deck. And if you're able to get to 8 next turn to play out your judge, that's generally what you try to do.
Yeah, not a terrible idea at all.
All right, going to start with the stage, and we're going to use it to discard another stage and get the 3-drop Niji. So I think we discard another 3-drop. We might have a 5-drop in the trash though. All right, just thinking about it.
Yeah. Okay. Probably swinging.
Yeah, it's 6. If it's 6, I'm likely going to be Cavendish. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, there's a counter out with another. I believe that's another 5-drop Bonnie, just the alt art.
Yeah, you're probably right on that one.
Oh, and then we got Black Bug. This is definitely not a standard card for the deck, but you get to, if you're below Dawn than your opponent, you're able to bottom deck a 5 or less. So getting rid of that Cavendish is pretty big.
Nice.
I felt like you have to Dawn minus for it, but maybe I'm wrong.
You said which one?
It's called a Black Bug. Yeah.
Like,
but maybe I'm thinking Ragnarok. Those cards are statted very similarly.
it's the main. If the number of Dawn on your Dawn is a Dawn field, is equal or less to your opponent's, place up to one of your opponent's 5 or less on the bottom of the deck.
Yeah.
So yeah, just activate main card. Looks like.
Yeah, good for like against playing like Black Yellow Luffy, because you bottom deck their Sabos, which means not only do you get around their protection, but it means they have 1 less in rotation, which can be really impactful too.
Yeah, that's pretty annoying.
All right, we're just starting the attacks, getting the block with the Chopper. We have, I believe, 9 Dawn right now. This is definitely a matchup that if we play Zoro, we slam it. Ooh, and we do. This is terrifying.
Let's look. Very much on time.
Yeah.
On that one.
And we, outside of like some players playing like Red Rock, there's like no way to interact with this Zoro if you're the Reiju player.
Yeah, pretty much. That's kind of the downside of Reiju in general, right? A lot of bigger things you kind of have to swing into. Like HG kind of gets you there, but like what else is really there outside of like the blue tech options that you can place in there, which many people don't play. It seems like.
Yeah. Now, on the flip side, we didn't apply a lot of pressure this last turn. Adam's at 10 Dawn, so there could be a really good judge play to go pretty wide on your board as well.
Yeah, still not going to prevent all the damage that Zoro's going to do, though.
Yeah. I won't claim that, but it will prevent a little bit of damage, provide a little bit of pressure.
Yeah, best offense is a good defense.
All right. Thinking about the 10 Dawn and their plays. Going to start with the big 7. Curious to see where this is going. Oh, into life. Yeah, take it.
Okay.
Oh, that's not a judge play, just an Ichi.
No, that's good. All right. Well, we're minusing, or probably did minus the Bonnie. Swing into it.
Yeah, likely at this point because it's 6-4.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Take care of that. No block. So the 7-key swing probably will block that 2K out of hand, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
What? Yeah.
I think the last thing is if we ended up having like a copy of Niji to bounce the Uruj back to hand, I think that's going to be a lot of tempo for Reiju that you're going to have to respect.
Yeah. I mean,
and
Zoro.
Chopper for 2, which is good for preventing that, and then another 2-drop Reiju. This is pretty good. You still continue your card draw.
Yep. Just drawing the 2. Already used the Reiju effects.
Yeah. Now the weird spot here is that as terrifying as this Zoro is, it might be better to play out a 10-drop Dofi if you have it. But we're only at what, 9 Dawn? Or are we supposed to be at? We're supposed to be at 10, right? We played Zoro last turn. We should be at 10 Dawn.
Yeah. Wonder why we're not at 10 Dawn.
I think we just forgot to place it.
Oh.
The other thing is that if we end up having like 8-drop Kid, that could be really great too.
Yeah.
Yeah, 4 in hand. All right, 9 and likely chopper block. Yep, just to get out of it. And then I guess a decision if you want to attack with Uruj or not. If I have 2 10-drop Dofis in hand, likely not attack with Uruj. Yeah. Okay, yep. Yeah, should be at 10. If you played Zoro last turn, yeah, you were at 9 last turn.
Mm-hmm. He probably also reminded himself as soon as he was like, okay, I'm gonna play 10-drop.
Yeah.
And then I was like, wait, I'm supposed to be at 10.
Yeah, I'm happy this game too. It's a non-decision, right?
Yeah, it's
there's been it really, and it's generally easy to track unless you're playing against some purple decks at times. So
right. Yeah, a little harder when it is a purple deck. That's all you, man.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and so we stopped both Ichis and the leader. So both of these Reijus can attack. I think the only thing I'd be worried about is it's clear that Adam's running more removal, I think, for 4 cost than other builds of Reiju. So this blocker's not as stable as it could be.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, 2 life, 5 cards. I mean, best way to go about it is just to. I mean, you could still play Judge, but you still have quite a lot of cards on board.
Yeah.
As is. So it's, you don't really have the max value on that one, and it's kind of like a detriment.
Yeah.
Replacing some of these cards.
I mean, if you replace the Reiju, you get to draw again. Just to be able to recycle some effects, right? Because then you could attack with each G with Rush as well. But
yeah.
Which looks like might be the case. So we're going 7K. Can use the effect to rest the other Reiju.
Yep.
And looking at cards in hand.
Probably gonna get out of this one. Oh.
Incorrect.
I'm wrong. That's a bummer.
Yeah, one thing that I've been slowly warming up to playing Bonnie as a leader, but when you win, it is like by 1K or 2K, or like your decisions have to be really tight for it, and it can be really tough. And see, this is the punish because of the play that they made, which I think they could have done it a little bit differently. Because you could have gone rid of the Uruj first, I think. And then make it so like their leader attack doesn't matter, because all the cards on board were going to upgrade into the other ones.
Yeah, I mean, do you think he was like, "Oh, I don't want that to get arrested instead," type thing?
I mean, it doesn't matter because you just go into the
judge.
The judge, yeah. Like even if if Judge gets arrested, sure, but to get the guaranteed Uruj off the board, maybe.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I get that. Just probably the thought process he had. It's a little different.
And 5 cards. This is going 7 into likely leader.
Mm-hmm.
Scary point of no blockers on board.
Yeah. 0-2.
And
yeah,
then,
even with this Zoro and Dofi on board, and like nothing's really guaranteed. Like you would need like really good numbers, like Dawn numbers here to take game.
Yeah. But I don't think that's too impossible. I think you go.
No.
I think you can put 5, like you to just attack 5 with your Bonnie, make him discard a 1K, and then likely I think 11 with Dofi, which leaves you with 6 on Zoro, and then like 3 15Ks. I think that's the best you could ask for.
Well, we know that as soon as he does go down to 1, this Zoro's going to start swinging pretty hard.
Yeah, but I think you'd want 3 15s. I think that's the better numbers for you.
Sure. So there's not really any triggers that we have to worry about.
No.
Here, right?
No. Ooh, I don't know if I like the 7, because that just means like our Zoros are 14s now.
True, but this is a hand check.
Yeah.
This is a hand check because we're gonna go 7 and then 10.
Yeah.
And then we're gonna use the rest on
Don't put
Zoro.
the Dawn on. No, you're good. I mean, I guess what if they have only 2Ks? But I think we knew that one card in their hand is an Ichi. Yeah, because I think you can put the rest on Zoro after this.
Oh.
Yeah, because we know the Ichi's in hand because we added that earlier.
Do we?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think 10 is probably still fine.
Yeah, the 10 is safe now because if we have 3 cards in hand. Yeah. Mm-hmm. With one of them guaranteed 1K.
Yeah.
And then this is going to be 14 3-hole times.
That's a lot. Let's see what's in our life.
All right. Pay
Really no
2.
point of trying to
attack. Pay the 1. 14 again.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just take it. See what the last card is.
So you need 4 3K or 2Ks?
14 to 5. So you need a lot. 7, 9, 11, 12, 13. Yeah, not quite there.
Wow.
Not
Well
quite
played.
there.
Hey, I said it. He needed really good dawn numbers.
Yeah.
And he had really good dawn numbers.
He did. He ended up getting there.
Yeah.
And super impactful. So that is it for that game. We do have Bonnie currently 7-0. We can see maybe our other tables real quick, but yeah, no undefeated Reiju today, it seems.
Yeah. Yeah. No undefeated Reiju, but it was cool because we got to see Zoro in its full effect. One of the cooler cards in the game, at least in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
It's really dope.
All right, let me see what ones we have. We have table 8 that's undefeated.
Which is the first 8 tables?
Yeah, first 8 tables.
Yamato. Oh, they're done.
Okay. Who ended up winning on table 3?
I don't know, actually. I can ask.
We can go. I think table 7 has a little bit of game left into it. Let me just update this. I got Purple Luffy. Where are the others? Versus Star Deck 14. Yeah, which I think this is a pretty evenish matchup. Purple Luffy can put a lot of pressure on, and additionally get the like some bigger bodies. It really just kind of depends on seeing Kaido, but Lin also is like a really obnoxious card that can just change up your life as well, which can be kind of tricky for Black Yellow to answer, especially because it doesn't look like we've either been able to successfully use like Magellan to stop them from getting max value or something. But I think Purple Luffy kind of has to go for game here, it seems.
Looks like he's a 7K leader, right?
Yeah, 7K leader with
a dice.
2. Yeah, unheard of dice.
Whoa, that's crazy.
All right, and with the blocker, I mean, we have to get all 3 attacks to go through, right?
Yeah.
Which 665 is 17. We can do 3 9Ks off the board right now, which would a 2K 1K gets you the game if you do that. Bonnie won that last game, but it was quite close.
Yeah. Yes, it was. Whoa.
So nothing but 8 costs Gecko. No, like we literally had Bonnie win. We literally had Bonnie win. There's more. There's non-Gecko decks still undefeated. Guaranteed 1. We'll see.
Guaranteed.
Yeah, Sheep's Horn would be really strong here. There's also a new card that we get in Star Deck. I think it's I don't remember the numbers. I think it's 18. I think purple is the 18. There's an Uso Hachi. It's a 3-cost 2K that says if you have 8 or more Dawn on your field, you get to rest a 5 or less. So that would be super strong right here, if possible.
Yeah.
Also, if we have like 10 drop, if we have 10 drop Luffy, it'd be pretty close here.
Yeah. I doubt that he runs that, and also playing that with this one Dawn in his hand.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunate.
Looks like we're going to go 7 into likely leader.
Okay.
And then we could 9 play New Linlin, which could put, yeah. So this is kind of what I was talking about earlier too, where this card is pretty strong. I think I would have done a 6K with Polly into the Sabo first, or maybe even 6K with Luffy into the Sabo. Because it could have gone another card off their board or another card from hand.
Yeah.
And then I think we have to put the 5-cost Luffy, back into their life and just hope they don't have ways to cycle it back around. With 3 cards in hand, that's not super common.
Yeah. Not uncommon at all. Looks like this one's
now if
switched up.
If they end up having the Moria, I think that's game over. But I think they were going to lose that no matter what if they had the Moria. So I think the thing is the mindset is just play the best of what we can do, and if they have it, they have it.
I don't know. Look like it's leaning on Luffy's end.
Yeah. You could have put Garp in the bottom, but with having the 5-cost Luffy already, that clears up the Garp anyways. So it just kind of presents the same, I think, issue solution.
Yeah. You missed that joke, but I'll give it to you. I know what you meant. I know where you're
Give it the 5-cost Luffy, but then you could have like a different out for it. Yeah, like if you didn't have 5-cost Luffy on board, you could definitely put the Garp there. But it means that you could still play like Moria to play 2-cost Luffy from trash or from hand, and you can still get there. Yeah, like Garp to 0. If 5-cost Luffy wasn't on board, I think Garp was the right play. But without it there, with it already there, I think the Luffy's probably the better one.
Don't see why not. Really deciding how we want to approach this.
Yeah, so there's this one. So again, like if we put Garp in the bottom here, we'd be able to play out Rocket Luffy and then use 5-cost Luffy to be able to get the removal. So we're going to use that to get the card draw.
And we have the 2K boost. From that, do you think if they did put a Garp, it'll force them to somehow take it out?
Yeah, but 5-cost Luffy can do that, right? You could have used, two
sure,
cost.
sure.
Yeah.
Well,
2-cost Luffy to get the Rocket Luffy out, and then you use 5-cost Luffy. But with this, it looks like, they don't have Moria, because Moria would have fixed the situation by itself. They likely don't have another 2K, yeah.
I don't think they probably don't. Oh, they're swinging at the 5-cost. Interesting. It's gonna be a 9K swing.
Yeah.
To a leader. Might induce a block. No, we're taking it. 8K. We're probably taking this at the, or not 8K. Sorry, it's 10. Oh yeah, we're probably taking this one. Because what's our last swing? The Sabo?
I mean, we could, Sabo, but I think we just take it.
Yeah, I don't think there's any reason not to take this one.
Yeah, but a 7K leader with only one blocker is quite scary here, and the blocker doesn't have any protection. So if we have Kaido, we could just super go for game.
Yeah, Kaido pops, and then we'll have one Dawn for Queen.
Yeah, I think the only way that we're thinking about this is if we do have Kaido, we can play it, and then we can use Luffy's effect to give another Dawn.
Yeah, true.
That would be the only reason I would consider blocking with Queen, because we'd be able to be at 1 life and get that additional Dawn after a Kaido play.
Like if you have the counter power too, like if you have that option, it's more of just like, why not? I guess that's his thinking.
Yeah. So right now this is 10. We're at 8. I think we meant to block with
a little
Queen.
Too late.
Yeah. All right, we still have it, right? I don't think it doesn't look like it matters.
Costs.
Yeah, another. Yeah, doesn't matter. I think we had to go for game next turn anyways. So if that last card's Kaido, that's why we left at 1.
Mm-hmm. I don't think you needed that extra card, right? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
It doesn't really matter. Yeah. All right, we're going to use Kaido effect. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. -5 to get rid of the Sabo.
Yep. Pop the Sabo, leader effect. We get the extra Dawn.
Yeah. And then we can start, we can go 7 with Queen if we want to. We could also just do, I think, yeah. Because Kaido's what, 11K, 10K?
10K. I believe.
I mean, we can do 7. Yeah. I'm sure what the best numbers would be here. It's probably 7, 10, 10. Right?
Originally, I thought it was just going to be, that.
Yeah, we'll go 10 first, right? This is happening no matter what, and they're not getting anything from their life.
Right. So this is 2K, 2K?
It would need to be double 2Ks, yeah.
At the least.
Yeah,
2K,
I mean,
2K at the least. I don't think the numbers are there. I don't think the numbers are there now. Because it's going to be this 10K, 7K, and then the mom?
Yeah. And then, this is big 11. We're at 7.
Okay, we're just going to go for it.
9, 11. And doesn't super matter after this.
No, it doesn't. I guess we're keeping the blocker up just in case, but
yeah,
it doesn't matter.
Yeah, at this point, 2 cards in hand, 0 life. I think Black Yellow Luffy's gonna narrowly get there.
Yeah, I think he just had to have it there.
Yeah, 9, 7, 11 was best. I think so too.
Yeah, I'm trying to do it in my head because I don't want to say it in case I'm wrong, but I feel like
with them having the 1K in hand already, right? Like it didn't. It didn't matter.
I think that's the most important part to consider.
Yeah, and they had another 2K, and they drew into a 1K. So yeah, their hand would have gotten out of it anyways. Yeah.
Yeah, my man just had it. He just had it. He just got it like that.
Yeah, but I want to really commend like Purple Luffy player. They made the right plays. They were able to get that extra advantage by staying at 1 life with leader, which is really important. And they got really close. I think they did a really great job.
Yeah, definitely.
All right, and with that, we're pretty much done with round 7. We've got only like a minute left in regulation, so we're going to take, I guess, a shorter break than usual. I'm going to put 10 minutes on the timer right now, and it might not even be that long. I know, bold. But we'll see what's left undefeated. I think there's a Yamato left undefeated, so we can definitely probably start the round with that, and then we'll see how that devolves. There might be a Nami left. I haven't checked, but that's kind of what we've got so far. So,
okay.
No Kalgaras. My apologies. I did not see a lot. I did not see a lot of Kalgaras there.
Quite the hopeful person.
Yeah. Cool. All right, we're gonna find that out. I think I know that undefeated 8 right now too. But give us a moment, and we'll be back in about 10 minutes. See you then. All right, we are back. We've got our last Star Deck 13 Luffy versus Yamato.
Yeah, I was saying it was gonna be pretty quick, just because obviously Luffy likes to go to zero, and Yamato likes to put people down to zero. But I don't think so. I think might see some legs on both ends.
Oh, actually, sorry, we have two Star Deck 13 Luffy's. My apologies. I know.
Oh, you're good.
But good. Continue your thought.
No, that's it. That's really what it. They both want Luffy to go to zero.
Yeah.
And the challenge is what happens afterwards. So, I think Yamato has this weird, I don't want to say challenge of a late game, right? But sometimes it is challenging versus other decks, especially decks that utilize black cards really well, to have an effective late game, right? So I think that's one of the things that in this matchup, which, hey, these guys are both 7-0. I'm sure both of them have seen each other's decks one time or another today.
I'm pretty sure Yamato's faced against the Luffy, but I don't know if they've played the Luffy players played against a Yamato today.
Oh, okay, that's fair. Let's show.
But these are by the fly. But I think we've got what's left. We got 2 Luccis, 2 Yamatos, 2 Bonnies, and 2 Star Deck 13 Luffys left. So that's what I expect that we have left. If I'm going down the line, so table 1 is going to be Lucci versus Star Deck 13 Luffy. Table 2 is Bonnie versus Lucci. We got our table 3, and then table 4 is, I believe, also Bonnie versus Yamato. So all unique matchups across the top 4 tables, which is really interesting.
It's cool to see. Which means most likely our top 16 is going to be pretty unique.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say like every top 16 is different, but definitely unique enough to for me not to complain about. Yeah. So that's something.
we desperately need less complaints, right? That's the or less things, so you can really just hone in on the things you really need to complain about, right?
Exactly. Be happy that I'm not more active on Twitter, everyone. That's my gift to you.
Hey, you should be happy that you are the amount that you are. It is sometimes intimidating. Like, do I have to respond to this? Or like, like you're enjoying a nice lunch and you're like, oh man.
Yeah. What a time to be in. What a life. Same question as I asked before. Who do you think wants to go first?
I think
Yamato, right?
I think Yamato wants to take second away from Luffy, if I'm being honest. But
yeah,
you do get benefits from going first still.
Yeah, that's what the other part I was gonna say. I was like, obviously Luffy wants to go second. A lot of black cards, a lot of curve, on curve cards that you want to play, and I think it's more important to take away that. But hey, looks like we're going second as Luffy, and we're gonna see a 5K second.
Only 5. Okay, I'm curious to see what the rest of our 3 Dawn's going to be for.
Yeah.
And now they're just like, do we? Okay, all right, cool. That's all we need to do.
I think Yamato probably knew that. The Yamato player was like, I know you're taking this. Come on, let's not be.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah. And so this is I would say like an older combo, but we've got the Mihawk 2K. Lets you play a slash character, costs 4 less rested, and then we got out this Kikunojo. So
pretty cool.
Already a lot of pressure.
Probably why it's good for them to take that to you live on Yamato's end. But yeah, pretty cool because this was EB1 support, right?
Yeah.
Pretty sure. Way back in the day.
And again, I would say it wasn't until about a week or 2 ago that Yamato started going more on the scene at a higher level, right? So there's a good chance like you have not played against this matchup in a long time. So it's definitely going to be a bit of a knowledge check for Jared as well. I'm curious to see how he approaches the matchup.
Yeah. Same here.
All right. We're going to use the effect to play out the Luffy, which I think this is good for us in the sense that we're 7k, so it's going to be harder to press. But more importantly, being at an odd life total is actually going to be really helpful too. Just means their double attack is not as impactful too.
Right.
All right. And
Yes.
looks like we were attacking to the Kiko Nojo, and they 2k out of it.
Yeah, interesting. 2K out of the 7, etc.
All right, and thinking about their now 5 Dawn turn. What we don't have 7. Yeah. No, okay. Yeah, we're at 5. Yeah. I was gonna say the 7 Don Hody's insane on 5.
That's funny. On 5, that'd be kind of broken. But that Hody Jones will probably make an appearance sometime or another when we're looking down these Sabos, right?
Yeah, definitely makes it difficult for you to be at a full 9k leader. You're gonna always want to try to have one Dawn open or one life open for to not just get Hodied for game.
All right. Okay, just deciding. Kind of an odd dot count, so I can understand. Excuse me. Also trying to do some math. This is going to be what, a 8K swing?
Yeah, 8k.
Kind of a weird number.
I'd be kind of tempted to take it, to be honest, but we'll see what Jared decides to do. It really just depends on how good your hand is, but the other thing is that because you're not going to be able to set up as quickly, or you just don't have as much Dawn, it's rough. But yeah, taking the life, going down to 0. It's going to be a big 8. And no 2Ks in hand. That's really unfortunate.
Yeah, that one is.
It's either that or we just need the double 5 drops into our trash anyways. But even then, right?
I don't know. I mean, that is one way to get into the trash. You still have a pretty decent sized hand, not a huge hand, but hey, that's might be costly. We'll see. Already putting two in, so probably a Sabo. Well, we're literally just the 2 cards that we'd pitch, right?
Yeah. We're gonna start off with Luffy though. Yeah.
Yeah, the AK.
Which does get the heal.
Yep.
Oh my goodness. Another Kiko Nojo.
That's annoying.
That is really obnoxious. Like you've just wasted a lot of resources just to pretty much end in the same spot, right?
Yeah.
All right, we're going to do that, and then looks like we're going to just do the full 9 combo. Oh wait, are we passing? What are?
I hope not.
It looks like we are, right? They took their Dawn, they drew for turn.
Okay.
Because we need to like double 2 drops, right?
Yeah.
Maybe we're just deciding on what we need to discard. But I thought we
maybe.
Did we not? No, we discarded already.
Uh-oh. Maybe some nerves coming in.
Yeah, I'm not sure what. Honestly, even whose turn it is right now. Do we just pass with 4 open? I guess so.
That's interesting, huh? I don't know the thought process behind that one, but yeah, because that would have been just a 9K swing.
Yeah, I
Wait,
mean, yeah, this is
wait.
9 into a 5K leader.
Yeah, I'm a little confused.
Yeah, bottom deck both of those. Okay.
Sure. Going to 0. Huh.
Yeah, because even if I had like one of the two drops, I'd definitely just use one to go for
Right.
it. But
Sure.
we're gonna use the two drop effect, give it plus 3K, and then have the additional here. So this is 12 to 5.
It's quite a lot.
Oh, we did not have any 2Ks. We just super bricked. That's
Oh,
unfortunate.
that's tough.
Yeah, just
That's tough.
legitimately just couldn't do anything about it because they were at 6
Oh,
done and
yeah.
yeah, no such
Yeah.
luck.
Wow.
Yeah.
That was a very confusing couple of turns,
Yeah.
but like it kind of makes sense when you see his hand and it's just like, what do I do?
What do I do? Like, and you could have played like the Sabo, but like that wouldn't have felt so safe. Like, very, very quick.
Wow, man.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing though is that they should have just got out of that 5K. I don't know if they were worried about like Onami coming out later, but I think that would have made a huge difference if they didn't
For
take
sure.
the 5K double.
You know what? You know what I really want to know?
Please, what do you want to know?
Where do you get that League of Legends mat though?
I don't know what you're talking about. We're gonna go
Oh.
and see. Let me see another match we have. We got 3 other tables. Let's see. I think people are asking for table 1.
Table 1, huh? Which is Black, Yellow Luffy, and Rob Lucci.
Yeah, we've got that one. Table 2, we've got Lucci versus Bonnie, but I don't necessarily love the camera angles, if I'm being honest. And
Table 1's not too bad.
yeah, maybe I just go to table 1. Table 4 is another Yamato game, so yeah, let's just go to table 1. Let's just go there.
Okay, I'm here.
Let me correct this. All right. And we have, it is Lucci. And Lucci is going to be playing against the Black Yellow Luffy, which is already there. Cool. All right. Pew. All right. Let me get the names for y'all real quick. But yeah, table 1. Looks like we're at currently 2 life for Rob Lucci, and then 3 life right now for the Black Yellow Luffy. And we ended up looking like we played a Moria just to get some value off the cards, it seems. So Kuzan and likely that 2-drop Luffy they just got rid of.
Right.
And I think that's an alt art 9-drop Kaido that's on board right now, if I'm not mistaken.
Kind of looks like it. The text looks like it. The big shoulders look like it.
Yes.
So it's kind of adding up with the Jack. I believe that's 2 life, right? Yeah, that's 2 life.
Yeah, I think it's 2 life to 3 right now.
This is Tempest. I do believe. So probably trying to get rid of this Kuzan. It could be the Gecko. No, the Kuzan. Okay. I was correct. And get the reduction from the swing on the Gecko. And I'm wondering what we're going to do to try to get rid of this Gecko. Maybe like a... Actually, let me see what he does here. So it might be an Ice Age or something. Oh, that was an Ice Age, right?
Yeah.
That was an Ice Age. So now we're going to go through the Rob Lucci play.
Our favorite. So since it's 2 cost Moria and 1 cost Kuzan on the board right now, yeah, you get to Get the additional minus. Yeah.
Oh, okay, sure. We're doing it this way? Wait.
Yeah,
Oh, okay. I was like, where's the spending?
It's just super reduced. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then we get to play the Rob Lucci.
Mm-hmm. It's played in rest because of the spending.
Yeah, that's because it'd be busted if it was played in active, but played in rest makes it an even play.
Very balanced card.
Yeah. And balanced. Luffy doesn't lose to Lucci very often, but when it does, it's definitely during games like this when they're able to now they have 2 9Ks on the board, they have an 8K Jack, they've got a lot of cards set up, and you've got a single Garp trying to hold down the fort with you.
Nice. Okay. So swinging with nothing as far as a boost goes, right? Run block.
All right.
And then play the Gecko.
Oh, and just continuing to grind out the value.
Yeah. A lot of cards in hand. Whole ton.
Yeah.
We're not using the effect because obviously we don't know what's in our life.
Yeah. But even so, there's so many attacks on board right now. 2 9Ks, an 8K, a 6K. If we were worried about the Kuzan, we can use our Jack to get rid of it after a leader attack. Chances are we can get rid of their Moria.
Our Lucci player is playing the long game for sure.
And it's definitely working out.
Yep.
And it looks like table 4 is finished as well. So it looked like Bonnie was able to beat the other Yamato that was undefeated. So right now our undefeateds are 1 Bonnie and 1 Yamato.
Gotcha.
Which I would expect Bonnie to be a pretty uphill matchup for Yamato, to be honest.
Yeah.
All right. Thinking about this 7. Thinking about this 5. Thinking about this 9 and the other 9 and the 8.
So everything?
Yeah, everything. Yeah.
So think about.
All right. We've gotten to the point where we're likely not going to lose this turn, but at what cost, right? How many cards are we going to have left in hand? What's their pressure next turn? Should Lucci be afraid about losing next turn too?
Other question is like, do we keep him at 1 and just allow them to use that extra Dawn to get him down to 0 themselves?
Yeah, and we're looking at this, so it's likely a Luffy, which is going to be able to get rid of the Lucci. That's fair.
Yeah, shout out to your Lucci player trying to play around that too. Swinging first.
Yeah, I think we go 9 here. If they take it,
no.
Yeah,
I think they're. Yeah.
Oh, that's more than 3 cards.
Yeah, 4 is definitely more.
No, it is 3. Okay, we are
using 3. You're just putting away 4.
Gotcha. All right, so now's like a decision. We're not going to be able to win this turn, but what's the best cards to clean up?
Come up into Rob Lucci maybe or something.
Yeah, Jack can still get the removal too.
Yeah, Jack can remove. I think that's probably one of the things we're doing to get rid of this Kuzan.
But is Kuzan the card to remove, or is the 2-drop Luffy the card to remove?
Oh, that's what I was gonna say. I was like, if you have a Rob Lucci, then you can just use that, right?
Mm-hmm.
But if not, then yeah, I think Jack is going to remove this Kuzan. Or other way around, sorry.
Yeah. We could also have this, second copy of Moria, which would be very efficient.
Same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which is what it's looking like. Because that is 8 Dawn.
Yeah.
There it is.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
That's better than good. Because we're going to remove both of these guys. And then probably get... I don't know. I actually didn't take a look. Maybe he has a Spandam or something like that for a draw.
I think I just think you just play Lucci. That's it.
That's probably fine too. That's probably fine. It's just that you are, you know what? His trash number is not too bad. So I was gonna say, like, after you bottom deck 3, remove 2, you know, that kind of thing. But yeah, Rob Lucci comes out. We're gonna pop both these guys, removing Kuzan, a couple 2Ks. Looks like. Didn't see the glare there. And yeah, just the Rob Lucci with the 1 Dawn open.
Yep, I think that's fine. Again, Luffy's got like 4 or 5 cards in hand. They still need to get the card out of their life, which means they can't do like a perfect Moria combo. No blockers is like a little bit scary. If they have Rush Sabo, they could go for game. But I would not be very afraid if I was them of losing at this point.
Right. Excuse me.
All right. 10 Dawn, 5 cards, 1 card in life. You almost wish you had one less, right? 1 less would actually maybe be a little bit more convenient at this point.
Right.
Yeah, it's really funny. Like we did 2 Black Yellow Luffy matches this round. The first one they went down to 0 incredibly quickly, and then we got this one. It's 20 minutes deep. We're still at 1 card left in life.
Mm-hmm. Still 1, and easily can't go to 0. You know.
Mm-hmm.
So that 2 Dawn on the side might be the indicator, but like to what end?
Because there's 3 9Ks, an 8K, and a 6K.
I was literally about to say that, man. Like, you're looking, like, who cares? Yeah. Who cares what you do this round or this turn, man? It literally does not matter. You can't do it. I'm going to be pessimistic.
Okay. For once. Once. Yeah.
Yeah, I would be pessimistic for once in my entire life. It doesn't matter what you do this turn. Like, you can block her up and stuff, but like, my man, this is a lot. And there's not really much you can realistically do to get rid of these guys.
Yeah, you could.
So like every single turn is something that you have to deal with.
You could be at like 3, maybe even 4 life and still be terrified about losing this next turn.
Yeah. It is crazy. I think, like I said, you know, playing the long game, making sure he doesn't get to 0 or 1 in this instance, and then establishing a big board.
Mm-hmm.
This is like double XL. You know, this is where like supersize was still a thing in McDonald's. This is what kind of board he has.
Yeah. All right. We've got 9 Dawn, putting 2 on leader. Generally has to happen every time. So,
right.
Thinking on the discard. Moria. Okay, that's fair because you likely will not have time to play it. Yeah, even like double Saba would have been better too potentially, but yeah, we have Ace. Okay. Yeah, technically you didn't lose any Dawn doing all that, but like 7-9-9 could win you the game right now.
Mm-hmm.
And honestly, if I was Roy, if I can get out of a 9k attack, I just take these, make them full commit.
Yeah.
Like, I think you win next turn without using any Dawn. Like, you could just attack with the cards that exist. Yeah, because now they get to bully your board a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, not really much you can do either.
Yeah, I mean, you can attack into the jack. But yeah, I think he's just conceding. Yeah, it's fair.
Yep.
Just a bunch of 1Ks in hand, too.
He heard me. Maybe he heard me.
I think...
yeah, it was just too much.
I think he looked at the game state and he realized it was not going to happen. But
yes, from one great player to another, he understood.
Yeah, just like the nonverbal just head nod, right?
It's like, yep, I understand.
So, but that was table 1 for y'all. That means that Roy is going to continue undefeated with the Rob Lucci. We also have a Yamato, a Bonnie, and something else at table 2. So we'll have to see what that looks like. But we've got 2 more rounds left. We've got 4 undefeateds. I think our last undefeated is either a Bonnie or a Lucci. I'd say it's likely Lucci, but I'd have to double check. And I'm curious to see how that ends. So we're gonna take our break. We're gonna be back with round number 9 of 10, and we'll see you guys over there. Be right back. All right, we are back. We've got round number 9 of the Top Cut events online October regional. I am still in a call with Brian. Surprise, surprise. I'm surprised he's lasted this long, to be honest.
I'm surprised I did.
And Brian, do you know what 4 decks we got left?
I have a guess.
Okay.
It's one of the. No, I don't.
Okay.
I know we do have one Yamato.
Correct.
We have one Bonnie.
Yep.
Sorry, deck Luffy.
Nope.
Okay, then I'm wrong.
Yeah. So we got 2 Bonnies, a Yamato, and a Lucci left. So for people following at home, I know Yamato is definitely the underdog in this mix of 4 decks undefeated, and I would generally say that the Bonnie is its worst matchup, and it's pretty much guaranteed to have to face one between here and finals. It's either plays one this round, and Lucci plays the other one. They play each other, and they have to, or they play each other, and they have to then find it in the finals if they win against the Lucci. So it's a bit of a tough road, but it's definitely one that's still in reach, I think.
Right. Yeah, we'll see how it turns out. I think we're going to be watching the Yamato.
Yeah, right. I think it makes sense to watch the Yamato match first, and then which would likely finish first, and then that means we can jump over to the other one once that gets paired. Right, we have essentially 2 different pairings based off leaders, either Yamato versus Lucci, and Bonnie mirror match are Yamato versus Bonnie, and then the other Bonnie is going to play the Lucci. So those are the 2 tables we got.
For sure. Okay, sounds good to me.
Yeah, and I'm surprised to see Star Deck 14 and 13 Luffy are already off the record. We also have Nami as well, right? One of your favorite decks to play in this meta.
Yeah,
kind of drop off.
Yeah, it's a little interesting, a little surprising. It's a little bit different for Nami because it's hard the cards kind of thing, right?
Yeah, sometimes.
Yeah, and other parts of it is just with both Luffy decks. It takes a pretty skilled person to navigate them. With the starter deck Luffy, the black starter deck Luffy, all black.
Yeah, starter deck 14. Yes.
Starter deck 14 Luffy. I think it's just like a personal preference. It's not even like a is Lucci better or not kind of thing. I feel like if someone's more comfortable with that deck or that leader, they'll go far. So
sure.
I'm interested to hear their thought process. Whoever lost this last round.
Yeah, and it looks like they got the pairings up already. So let me get this already. We've got Long, our Yamato, versus let me make sure I can double check there. It's a Bonnie player. Let me double check their name.
Sure.
It is Jacob. So Jacob on Bonnie versus Long on the Yamato. So that's table 1. And then table 2 is going to be the other Bonnie and Lucci.
For sure.
So I can get that set up. Go to table 1 real quick. And we've seen this Bonnie player before. We've seen Jacob play before as well.
Yep. Don't think we've seen the Yamato player.
No, this is the one. This is the one we saw at the beginning of last round too.
Oh, it is. It is because they won. I forgot.
It was a quicker match, so I.
Yes, I remember. I remember now. Sorry.
Yeah, you're good. It's a long day. It's a long day for us and for the players. Definitely more so the players. I won't claim.
It's probably the players.
Yeah, probably the players. Yeah. They got the nerves. I mean, we've been live for just under 7 hours. This is going into round number 9, and they can definitely taste the victory, right? They're 2 wins away from being able to claim the event. Even just going 1-1 for the next 2 rounds feels really good, and
sure.
We'll have to see what that looks like. But I think we're all set up. Let's go over to table 1.
Sure.
All right, and the names, we've got Long on the left with the Yamato versus Jacob on the right with the Jewelry Bonnie. And I would be inclined to say this is a bit of an uphill matchup for Yamato. The fact that we're a 5-life leader, the fact that we get to interact with their bodies on board sometimes, it makes it tricky for us to really put a lot of pressure. Because despite being an aggro deck, Yamato doesn't necessarily make as wide of a board as something like Zoro or maybe Reiju, even though Reiju I'd say is more like mid-range at times.
Yeah. Only because they play very specific cards and they kind of range within the same range, and then it ends up being sort of a, if I can play it, I'm playing it, and it's not really much of a rush or whatever deck. But these guys, hey, Yamato wants to do some damage pretty early and rest anything that is on the board and kind of getting the value out of things as soon as it gets put down, or at least very quickly. And I think with Bonnie, you mentioned a couple things. It's going to be pretty important to rest that leader.
Yeah.
Anytime that you can.
Yeah, and the last thing I'll mention is that we do play 8-drop Useless Kid, which is generally pretty tough for Yamato to interact with.
Yeah.
It essentially gives us like another life to deal with, because unlike the blockers, we can't just rest them to get out of it. We have to really face that Eustace Kid. So there's a lot in Bonnie's favor, I think, in this matchup, which can make it difficult for Yamato to win. But I still believe Yamato could win this one too.
Yeah, sure. I don't see why not, right?
And looks like the players are set up. The timer has started. We'll see who ends up going first. Looks like it is likely
Bonnie. Oh no, sorry, Yamato player.
Yeah, Yamato's going first. Yeah. So they will be able to get like a first double 8, but then being able to get Urouge on curve feels really good.
Might take that too.
Yeah, but no 1-drops either. This also, like against this matchup, Bonnie usually gets to set up either their 1-drop baby 5 or their 1-drop, but just double 2K to get out of it. Super early for that.
I guess if you have it, you have it.
And don't have a lot of cards left in hand, but we are at 4 cards on our Dawn. Let's see if they get the Urouge. Oh, wow.
It would be nice, but it doesn't look like that's the case.
Nope. But this is nice. If that was a Kiko Nojo, would have been able to get out for free otherwise. So playing around that feels good. All right. Okay. Big 6. So likely Kiko Nojo. Oh, yeah. Just taking this one, though.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit of a trade-off. But got the Kiko Nojo, yep. Sure did get that one out. Well, it's pretty much the same, right? Like the 8 swing and then into Kiko Nojo it ended up being the same thing.
It's
right?
Pretty close, yeah. All right, looks like we're going to go a big 7.
Sure.
And this likely means we have like another Urouge. And by another, I mean our first one for this game.
Yeah. I was like, where'd the first one go?
I was thinking like, man, if I don't have the Urouge, I would be so tempted to draw 2 off my life to maybe find a copy of it. But if that life was the Kiko Nojo that we ended up playing, it would be pretty impactful. But it's 7-5. Our Yamato player is thinking about it, going to take it. No trigger off a life, and looks like Jacob does have the Urouge, so pretty important. We have a blocker. Also means that it's going to be tricky for Long to be able to attack more than once this next turn.
Yeah, a little late, but that's all right.
Yeah, one turn a little bit too late, but I think we're still fine.
Yeah, just a tiny bit. Yeah, we could rest it, put a little more pressure on his dwindling hand. We can put in another Kiko Nojo, swing 7 a couple times.
Yeah.
That sort of thing.
And
a few options.
And now, since we are down to 3 life, Yamato's leader effect its second leader effect is online, meaning we can, if we play out a body, we get to put an additional 2 Dawn on the Kiko Nojo.
Yeah, that was what I was alluding to. They do play another Kiko Nojo or something.
Oh, wow.
Use leader effect. Oh, this is just... okay, we're just going all out.
Yeah, and this is super aggressive. We can use Hody to tap the 1 Dawn they left open, too, so we don't get the leader effect. Rough news, though, is that we are down to one card left in our life.
Yeah, but this is, I don't know why he went 5 on this one though.
Because we have to. We can't put Dawn on our leader.
Right.
Yeah.
It's only characters. Only characters. Yeah, I think the thought process is that they're probably go down to a low life count too.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, outside of maybe like a carrot or something, there's not really too much they can prevent the 2 swings. So like, a beefy swing on the leader next turn, and then trying to close it out for the rest on the other swing might be it.
Yeah, and we've got 8 Dawn right now, so we could do something like a Rosinante into like a Cavendish. We can, but we really want to try to play a blocker. A Basil would be kind of nice right here, even though it can also get rested.
Yeah, that is definitely the concern. I don't think they're actually losing as long as they play a blocker, or at the very least something that prevents the Kikunojo or the Howdy.
Mm-hmm.
Unless they play another Howdy Jones and then rest their Dawn, but we'll see.
Yeah, because we'd likely attack 5 with leader, and then we could play Basil, leaving 2 Dawn open, which wouldn't be too bad. It means they have to do like both Dawn, or they get the Basil, but then they have to attack into it, and then you're down to 0 life, which is very scary.
Right.
But the other thing that's important is that if we're able to stave off the aggression on this next turn, we can play 10-drop Dofi, and being able to rest, stun their leader is pretty big. But just going big 5 into leader. If we're going to try to play another Hody next turn, we'd likely just take this. All right, looks like we're paying 5. We're going to play out a Carrot. Carrot's going to be able to prevent the Hody from attacking again.
Mm-hmm.
And then, 2 for a baby 5. This is a little dangerous because another Hody can interact with this board once again.
Right.
And no hits off that. Yeah, definitely not worth it at that point.
No.
That is pretty rough. Yeah, likely trying to find like a 10-drop Dofi, which I think would seal this game up, but even so, I don't think being able to get tapped out by Hody again is worth the search.
No. I mean, the real concern here is that we're at 2 life and we have no blockers, right? So...
Yeah, so scary spot right here. If you want to go for game, you need to have a card with rush. Which is a little bit scary.
Even if you had rush, you still have to do 2 damage here, right? So like, what's the best play? I mean, I think that's what they're trying to figure out. A little bit of Dawn math and what's the best way to maybe attempt to take game. And if you don't, then looking at this 1 life, pretty decent size hand actually for Yamato.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think you're dying anytime soon.
You'd be surprised, right? I mean, we have 2 non-counter bodies on board. There's likely more in there. And you really got to make the decision of, do I think I can survive another turn? Does it get worse for me? The fact that, like, Carrots already established is scary. That they can go to Dofi next turn is scary.
Yeah.
Oh, they're going...
Oh, wow. Okay. And then we just put everything on the leader and then swing?
I think so.
Yeah. Okay. I like it. This is a hand check. This is... yeah, you're definitely using that.
Yeah, you definitely
and then I think what he's doing is like he's setting up the time where he can just do this again, not necessarily banish, but like basically saying, yeah, I need to take you down to 0, so that way the time that I do take game, I just need you at 0 when I start my turn, right? Like I think that's what it is. So hey, it went through. Our Bonnie player is going to 6 cards in hand. They could probably establish a blocker, maybe play another carrot. That's pretty much it. I mean, technically, Onami is also a body, so that's something to be concerned about.
Yeah, in this one, yeah, definitely. Every body kind of counts for that. At this point, you need to either have like 10 cost Ophi, or you pretty much have to have 10 cost Kopi or 8 drop Kid. If you don't have 8 drop Kid, I think that might be the one card you desperately need more than anything else.
Right.
Yeah, okay, we're just saying we got to go for it. We definitely should have swung with carrot first, I think.
Because of Onami in life?
Yeah. Oh, okay. Oh, that what a power play. To say I don't need that extra 1K.
I'm just gonna. Yeah, actually, I think you should have just kept it, dog.
Yeah. 8, 10, 11 to
10.
10. Yeah.
And then
that's it.
Are we not swinging with the other?
It's a 1 drop 1K. I mean, you can if you want.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought this was a Knavish or
no.
Knavish, yeah.
Yeah, there's the 15 and able to take it.
There it goes. Yeah, there it goes.
Yeah.
I think that's exactly what it was. I think it was just like either I need you down to 0. Like as soon as I start my turn, I just need you down to 0, and that pretty much seals the deal for me. And I think that's exactly what he was thinking of. So hey, the earlier Hody Jones, pretty good.
Yeah. Pretty good. Not too shabby. They're in a position to really capitalize on it. We mentioned how the Urouge on 6 instead of 4 was a little bit rough, and I also think like at the end of the day, it could just be matchup knowledge of, you know what, if I knew that Hody Jones could come down, if I would have attacked only 6K instead, it would have made a difference for this next turn, and because I'd have 2 Dawn open and the Urouge, which they'd have to do some math with, right?
Yeah.
So maybe a little bit of matchup inexperience, but like I would not blame anyone because this is not a super present matchup right now. But based on the last week and change of results, it's been Yamato's been doing pretty well. So
yeah, I mean, not only that, it was just like it's kind of rough. There's a lot of stuff coming at you.
Yes,
you got to keep up. I mean, if you don't, then this is exactly what happens. So shout out undefeated Yamato, basically going into our finals, right? So
yeah, and
our last round.
And I'm getting set up for our other. Let me get the other names here. But it's Lucci versus Bonnie on table 2 right now, and I think Lucci's in the lead. It's a little bit. I'm having.
They definitely are.
yeah. I'm having a little bit of hard time deciphering the board for Bonnie, but if I'm looking at it correctly, yeah, I think Lucci's in the lead for this one.
I think it's 3 life on Bonnie, and pretty much the same situation that we saw before. A bunch of big dudes.
Yeah,
2 jacks, a gecko, and Kuzan. Looks like the gecko was just played.
Yeah, it looks very identical to how last round finished for sure.
Yeah, not the greatest viewing on this one, but we can kind of make it out here with looks like Bonnie now swinging 12K. I'm guessing at one of the jacks.
Yeah, which we get.
That's upside.
Danger is that there's Kuzan active on board and we really can't do anything about it.
Sure.
All right, there we go. It's Roy versus Calvin. All right, we used baby 5 to search. I think we got either a Viola or another baby 5. I think it was Viola. And we've got 6 more Dawn to work with as Bonnie.
Nice. Yeah. I mean, kind of a similar thing from our last game. You know, we could play a carrot. 6 is a little bit of an awkward number for that, but we still have our leader.
Mm-hmm.
Leader can swing into Spandom, maybe. Just get rid of that. Don't worry about that. I would give another target for Gecko, I guess. I don't know, but yeah, this one's a little tough. Staring down a continuous removal, especially with the Kuzan here. But yeah, 6K going into somewhere.
Yeah, probably life because
life.
You really can't attack into much else.
Yeah.
And then Eau Rouge for 4. Yeah, Eau Rouge for 4.
Sure. Yep. One open because of the Rouge. And not looking too favorable, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, they got 3 life.
Yeah.
If they can, if this Kuzan can help get rid of this this Dofi, you're in a good spot. The issue is that you got to attack with Kuzan first, and if you do, they can rest the Jack, right? So it's not incredibly straightforward on how removal would work for it.
I mean, if you have an Ice Age or something, that would be pretty good, and then use the Jack.
Mm-hmm.
And then swing with the Kuzan, and then the Gecko will get rested. So it's just like, I don't know. You have to kind of think about what's important to you. But it looks like we're going to go ahead and do it now. And we're seeing the Gecko. Okay.
Oh, I don't know about that.
I mean, they're probably valuing, you know, I'm just not getting hit with a big swing versus like their stuff getting removed. I don't know what got reduced by Kuzan, if anything. But I imagine it's the Dofi. And baby 5 is going to get swung at. You could block this. I mean, you know.
Yeah.
Because it probably will get removed.
Yeah, because right now...
It doesn't look like it just yet.
Minus, 4, minus 5. So it's a 5 cost right now. A Suru, Tempest Kick. Really any cost reduction at this point will get rid of the Dofi.
Yeah.
All right. Oh, we weren't able to get rid of the... Oh, okay, never mind. Kaido will do it. Yeah. So you have to discard a card from hand, and then you lose your Dofi. Getting rid of an 8-drop kid. Your board only got more impressive, and the board for the Bonnie players empty.
What a life.
With 2 life, yeah. With it versus 3.
No, I said what a life.
Oh, what a life. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the power of black. Been like that for a minute, and no change here. And that's one of the downsides of playing decks like Bonnie. Like, you kind of need stuff on the board for the deck to be effective. You need stuff to untap your Dawn. You need stuff to swing and freeze, and you need the bigger boys to stay, so that way you can actually do some damage. But all that stuff got taken away.
Yeah,
and now we have to build from the bottom.
And I mean, there could be another Dofi here, but it is just a Cavendish. So pay it for 5, you get 3 Dawn back or 2 Dawn back. So having 7 open right now. We have the Carrot here, which would be able to stun. It looks like they're choosing the Kuzan.
Not a bad target.
And Two Dawn Open playing, a Beige. I haven't seen him in a minute.
Yeah, he's supernovas, right? So
yeah, he works.
Why not?
We just play so many non-counters as it is. It's a lot. It's a lot.
Lucci is so prevalent, so
it is, right?
I don't know. It's a free target.
I mean, do we just immediately use Jack effect to pop it? I guess we could. 4 cards in hand.
Okay. Plenty of options. Only 4 cards, but plenty of Dawn to use. Like I said, big boys doing stuff. Leader effect still in effect, so gotta play around that. But we're gonna go ahead and pop this blocker, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
So let's get that out of the way. That was like a Dawn tax, you know?
Yeah. And we're going 9 with Moria. Gonna get the rest on the Kaido. Go down to 1.
Okay.
Oh man, do we have another Kaido? There's no way. 6 at life. Giving a -2. Probably Carrot. I don't know which one I'd want to try to get rid of more.
Carrot.
And I think we're just going to, we're probably just playing Lucci for 4 off this. Doesn't super matter. We're getting Moria off the board. Oh, because we can do the double. Yeah. All right.
Huh.
Yeah, because we have enough. So we -5, we -1, and then we -3. So this is 1 and 0. We're going to be able to use the Spandine combo to get out the Rob Lucci from trash as well. And be able to get rid of both bodies on board.
And whatchamacallit is, what's the, oh, never mind, sorry. I was saying what the glare card was, and he got it out the glare.
Yeah.
It was just a gecko.
All right. 10 Dawn, 1 life, 5-ish cards from hand. I think Calvin's undefeated run is potentially over here.
Yeah, unfortunately. It's just like starting from bottom, like I said, every turn just feels so bad.
Mm-hmm. And this is just like the power of Lucci's been at the top end, right? It's just continuing being able to get rid of bodies and produce our own. Now, this is like, I suppose, the best we could ask for, but even still, Rosie taking a block. I mean, we can just immediately, use Jack to pop the Rosie.
Yeah.
And even we just go very tall, right? Yeah, big 12.
Mm-hmm.
They rest the Kaido, sure.
No biggie.
They go another 9, and then I believe this is another 9. Which, I mean, they could potentially get out of, but what is your out from here?
To what end?
Yeah, to what end? What would this extra turn do for you?
Yeah, this is a scoop, man.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. We had another Dofi in hand, but not quite there. So that means Roy is our second undefeated for this tournament. We've got one more round, and it's going to be Yamato versus Rob Lucci in the finals.
Yep. So interesting that Yamato makes it to the finals again.
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember the last time that it did, right? Like I don't know last time when was the last time I commentated that actually made the finals, but
Yeah.
I don't remember the last time in recent memory that it did. So it's pretty cool to see.
Yeah, I know when it was first announced in OPO6, a lot of people lost their mind, including myself to some extent, right? A double attack on a body that also can give 2 more Dawn is super strong. This is also a leader that I not only did I not think it was going to be good, I said I outright said it was. I didn't think it was going to be viable in this meta, and I'm happily wrong. It's been doing really well in this format in the last couple weeks. I think it's a good adjustment for a lot of the kind of more slower setup decks that we've been seeing with Moria and Star Deck 14 Luffy and Star Deck 13 Luffy as well. And it's going to be pretty interesting to see how it does in the finals.
Yeah, definitely. Hopefully we can get that going.
Yeah.
And we'll be able to, find out who our next online regional champion is.
100%. And we've got, looks like 10 minutes left in regulation. I'll put 20 minutes on the timer. We'll see if we need it. I'll put a little prediction in chat if you guys want to let me know what you guys think is going to win. And we'll be back with our finals. See you guys in 20. All right. We have one final round for the Top Cut Events October Online One Piece Regionals. I'm joined with Brian for hopefully just 30 more minutes. I got, as soon as I'm off this call, a wave of stress off me.
My mouse is hovering over the disconnect.
Able to enjoy the rest of my weekend. But jokes aside, I do appreciate Brian being here with us. And Brian, what are our two leaders left in finals right now?
I do believe it is the Yamato versus the Rob Lucci. We've actually seen them this last round, and his last 3 rounds, I'd say. I think we've seen all of them. So, it's pretty interesting. I was saying that I don't even remember the last time the Yamato was in the finals. With online is a little bit different. People tend to use different decks sometimes, but this one went the distance. And Rob Lucci, no surprise, right? No surprise in the way that we've seen this particular player, and as well as this leader, pretty much show out all of its card pool and how powerful it really is. It's actually kind of crazy.
Yeah, for sure. And we did ask the viewers, and based off of channel points, it's about a 30-70 split. This is not necessarily what people think is going to win. It's a mix of that and what people want to win, which the difference on that one. But I think most people would be ecstatic to see Yamato take a big win here today.
Yeah, it would be pretty cool. I think they're all getting set up pretty soon here. They're just waiting for the pairings to go up. Who do you want? Did you say who you wanted to win?
As someone who's denied Yamato's existence in the meta, it'd be less egg on my face if Lucci won. However, I do think based on gameplay that we've seen already today, it was already quite the game to be able to get over the Bonnie matchup, which I was going to expect to be the harder of the two. And so I think this Yamato has a really good chance at beating Lucci as well. So if I was to split it up, I think want to win and think is going to win at this point. I think it's going to be Yamato, but it's still going to be quite the grind.
Sure. Okay. I do want Yamato to win.
Cool.
I think he's a very cool leader. Anyway.
Yeah.
I think I do want the Yamato to win. I think it's a cool leader. I think the way that some people play, just like we saw in the last match with the Yamato, it's really cool to see how aggressive it can be. So, it's just a little different from what we usually see in the grind fest of black decks.
Yeah, I think the other thing about it as well, and I think we've seen a little bit of it from the games we've been able to watch, is that Yamato is the only leader in the game that has double damage on the just on the leader, right? This is something.
Without any kind of requirements, it's just there, which is pretty nuts.
Just there. And so that lends itself to a different gameplay style. If you haven't played against the Yamato in a minute, you've played against one that's 7-0, right? And be like, how do we play this matchup? What's the thing? I think it is to a point where Yamato hasn't been as present as it used to be. I think in OPO6 and beginning of OPO7, where people have to adjust to how the gameplay works, how the balance works, and it's kind of hard to relearn a matchup or do a quick pivot when you're so used to what you think this meta is going to be.
I agree. Excuse me. I think that's the whole point of the less, not so much less played, but like less matchup chart related decks. When you think about the Namis, when you think about the Yamatos, when you think about even stuff like Prona, right? So like those type of things where you really just have to look back into your memory bank and be like, okay, well, this is what I did last time, and did this work or it didn't work, that kind of thing. So hopefully, from what I can see, a Rob Lucci player has been pretty adaptable to most of those matchups that we've seen.
Every time we go to their table, they just have like 30k of power on the Board. They got like 3 life. I haven't seen them sweat yet today, so there's one more match to maybe make that happen. Yeah.
And both of these guys are probably guaranteed top 8. So like I don't think they're, like, for the most part they should be. I don't want to say that in case it's wrong, but I think they're pretty, sitting pretty. And I think they're probably proud of where they got to this point.
100%. I think both players should be. There are just a lot of great players out here today. Being 9-0 in general is quite the feat, regardless of the field you're in, but especially in this one. And regardless of win or loss, going 9-1 is super fantastic. And I think both should be really proud of their performances so far today.
Yeah, man, I couldn't do it. Shout out to them.
Yeah, I could only go 8-1. That's my limit. 9-1, impossible. Just
okay, weird flex, but okay.
I ended the tournament early for everyone. All right, I'm the hero they needed.
Right.
But jokes aside, I think they've shown up. I believe, get the names and everything right. I think so. Let's jump on over there.
Okay.
All right. And mentioned, we've got Roy on the left playing the Rob Lucci versus Long on the right playing the Opto. Man, I wanted to, so their names started with R and L. I wanted to switch that so bad in my head.
Yeah, that's usually alphabetical.
Especially
Rob
with
Long sounds like a person's name, by the way.
Yes, it does. And then Loy less as much. That one would be funny, but
no.
That would be a little rougher, especially since on our screen it's top bottom, not even left right from how it is on Discord. So
right.
That aside, though, let me get the timer set up too. We got 35 minutes. This is still timed because this is Swiss. No top cut for this event. Not that I think we should be worried about that. Yamato again. We had literally a 10-minute match earlier. Yamato just
it was pretty quick.
Put fuel on the flame.
Yeah, I think the real difference here is our Rob Lucci player, grinding it out throughout this match. So it's very possible that's going to happen. Not to say that that's how he's gonna win, but it's just sounds like or looks like he's a player that values his cards and wants to get everything out of them. So we might see that here, but Yamato might not allow that. The double attack on face.
Yeah, and I think part of the reason why this Yamato has been good and the concept of it is that Rob Lucci and I think Black in general, they're really dependent on their blockers, right? They've got arguably the best blockers in the game. They've got Rebecca and Sabo. Rebecca being able to find Sabo is great. Sabo being able to protect Rebecca is great. And in the metas that we have, where we're just generally removal based, it is strong that we are able to interact with what most people would think are just uninteractable.
Yeah, definitely. Which is nice to have.
All right,
but it looks like who's starting here? Maybe our Rob Lucci player.
All right. Looks like Yamato's happy with their opening hand, and our Rob Lucci is as well. And we'll end up seeing who goes first. I think Yamato wants to go first. Lucci wants to go second most times. So being able to give it to both players like that is nice.
Yeah.
Making sure that the timer has started, which it has, so they're good to go. Yep. And 2 Dawn for Roy.
One of them probably staying in here. Oh, okay. Just trying to get our trash going and cycle through our hand. Sweden coming down.
Yeah, and in a matchup like this where they're so aggressive, you really don't have time to have Tempest Kick stuck in your hand.
Yeah, definitely. You may as well try to draw into a different card that you can actually counter out with.
All right, 8K, the leader, taking 2 damage right there, going down to 3.
Yep, pretty standard. Level the playing field just a little bit. Set up for Kikunojo, that kind of thing.
And we're getting hit by a 5. I'd be pretty tempted to take this, right? If we get a Kikunojo, a Inuyarashi, anything that plays off a life, we're in a good spot. But doesn't seem to be this case. And for 4, hopefully playing a Rebecca, Yes, that is the case. Getting a Sabo that we milled off with Lucci leader effect earlier and passing it back.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah, passing it back here. Block is pretty much going to be confirmed with this leader swing. It's probably one of the things that our Rob Lucci prioritized. Let's get an early blocker out. Let's take advantage of the 2 cards they're going to give us. Make sure we can stretch the value of our hand by having a blocker out. So,
and here's my that might be a little bit of a trap to just do a 6K swing like that, because this Rebecca is going to be really easy to interact with later. It might just be better just to block out.
Yeah. I could kind of see that.
Oh, and we're going down to 2. Oh, and we get the removal. And we
pop it anyway.
Yeah, but if we're playing Sabo this turn, that was a huge mistake, because Sabo would have been able to protect that Rebecca.
Correct.
Yeah, that's a huge mistake.
Yeah, that's a tough hit.
Yeah, it looks like it's. Oh, okay. So we're actually going to be using Brook instead. This is going to be able to put the Kikunojo in the trash without proccing its on KO effect. So you're still in a good spot, but you definitely would have. You wish that Rebecca was still there, right?
Yeah, definitely.
All right, looks like we have, I believe, 7 Dawn for Yamato, so this could be the first Hody if we want to, but unfortunately they're down to 2 life and no cards on board, which is a little bit of a slow start.
Right. Break is a pretty decent swing as it stays there. You do get around the Kikunojo effect.
Ooh, yeah. And this is going to be a big 10K.
Yeah, big 10K, no blocker on board, a pretty decent sized hand, so it's going to cost them either way. And I think they're just going to take it.
Yeah, it's going to be like 3 2Ks.
Yeah, we just take it.
And it looks like it's Ice Age and a Moria as well. 2 cards you definitely would have liked to see.
Right.
All right, we're going to 8, so we'll see if we have another Moria already in play. All right, going to start off with a 5, putting 2 cards from the top of our deck into our trash, which looks like a Jack and maybe another Moria. Mm-hmm. All right, we have an Inuyarashi there, just a free 5K since our opponent's at 3 or less life. And for 8, we could do a little bit of magic, but we could use Jack to be able to get rid of the Inuyarashi, but they could just go for game next turn. We have to see here. This is getting pretty perilous though.
Mm-hmm. One life, so 1 life. Got the extra body. We can probably remove this 4 costs pretty easily. It's really just about what's going to happen afterwards.
Mm-hmm.
Both of them have a pretty decent size hand too, by the way. They're not going to go down without a fight for sure.
Yeah, and we decided to use Tempest Kick, sure. Meaning that the Inuyarashi now cost 1, so both cost 1 right now. Mm-hmm. And we're using another one. That's our 3rd copy of it.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy.
And
it's all three new cards, but that reduction's kind of wasted.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. There's not too many big costed things that you really need that higher reduction cost. But hey, 3 still 3.
Yeah, but that 1 life is such an uphill battle at times.
Yeah.
If and this is why like 5 life leaders are just exponentially trickier to play against as the Yamato player. Looks like we're just going 8 into the life. Probably thinking about taking this because they could either one
Could get a trigger there.
Yeah, they're thinking like maybe playing Hody or being able to trigger out another body would be huge at this point too.
Sure.
All right, still thinking on it. Just again, it's 8-5, 1 life left for both players, and Long has to decide if he wants to go down to 0 or give up 2 or 3 cards.
I think you do go 0, right? You have a pretty sizable hand.
Yeah.
So you're not dying here.
And then you do have the Lucci here. So bottom deck 3 cards, both the Nami and the Inarashi here. I probably would have waited for 1 Tempest kick in case the thing they played off, if they played something off of life, that would have been impactful instead of the Nami.
Yeah.
But this is a pretty scary place to be for Yamato now.
Yeah. Yeah. Still, it's interesting because we saw the version of all the big boys and things being on board and other the opposite side getting removed. And now it's all the mid-range stuff. So all the Brooks and the Rob Lucci's and stuff like that removing, and somehow they're at 0 life.
Yeah.
So it's really just I don't think you really. I mean, there's not really much you can do here.
Yeah, it's like, do we have a rush card to go for game?
Even if you did, what is outside of Ace?
Yeah, Ace is way better than Hody here because you're at 9 Dawn. You can do I think 2 9s if you have Ace.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You could unrestrict reject, and then we could go for game that way.
Oh yeah, let's go do that real quick. Let's go call up our good old friends at Bandai.
Well, it looks like we're thinking on this 9. So if we have Hody, we play Hody for 7. We have 2 Dawn open, so we swing 7 with Yamato. And then with Hody, we're able to put 2 more Dawn into it, so we can play it for 10. So that's a potential play. I don't think we can really go for game. If we have a bunch of, I mean, look how big our hand is, right? I think we have like 10, 11, maybe even 12 cards, right? There's a world where we can just not lose, right? We could just defend up, just make sure they go down to 0, and then try to defend our way from there.
Sure.
And definitely in the think tank, but we've got 24 minutes left. We've got the time. It's been a long day. We've been live for near 8 hours.
Hey, let them take their time. This is a pretty important turn, as it is. And yeah, man.
All right, we're going 5. So this is 10. And then what are we doing for 4? Playing a Kikunojo, perhaps?
Hopefully not crying. Because this is so tough.
All right, we're taking it.
All right.
And playing a Yamato for 4. It rests the Lucci, not that does anything.
Yeah.
And we're passing it back. So we have a 5, a 7, and 14, I believe, for damage numbers.
Yeah,
which would mean a 1, a 3, and a 9.
Right.
So you need 13K worth of counter. That's honestly not impossible to do.
Let's see. So you need 7 cards worth of 2K.
Yeah, that's the first 2K 1K, 7 2K 1K, and then again big 8 plus 5 is 13. You need
14.
to
Well, yeah, 13.
13. So you need to get to 14. And no dice.
Gotcha.
Not quite there.
Go. Dang. Well played.
Well played indeed.
Well played.
Yeah, and I think there's a combination of Long getting a little bit unfortunate with cards out of life. The Onami hitting the Rebecca was really great, but really wasn't able to establish anything on board for a long time. Brooke being able to get rid of the Kiko Nojo was really big, and we're just trying to. It just wasn't able to get enough pressure, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think it was just like at a point. If I was him, I would just look at my life. I'm like, how am I at 0?
Yeah,
I'm in trouble. But hey, yeah, congrats to Roy winning all of it with Rob Lucci. Literally every single time that we watched this game, he was in full control and or not bothered.
It was definitely his day. He was in the cruise control. He felt like he was the master of the games that he was playing, and definitely deserved that win today. So
definitely
big congratulations to both players, both going undefeated in X1, fantastic. Likely both in top 4, and it's just really cool to see a different leader in the top finals than usual too.
Definitely, I do agree. It was a good day worth of matches. Seemed like a pretty diverse tournament as well. You know, the known culprits, but just like at the same time, like it's good to see all the decks that we've seen.
Yeah.
It wasn't boring. It wasn't like, you know, oh, he's doing this. No, there was some thought between every single play that every play that we've seen. You know,
that could just be pinpoint of accuracy of the matches we chose to watch, but maybe, but I definitely appreciate the opportunity to see the matches that we did. We saw some, really well played players, and happy to just provide this for you all as well. So let me give the prediction before I forget.
Sure.
On the Lucci there. But yeah, we should have the top 32 out by Monday morning, so you guys make sure to check out on socials for that. And I really do appreciate Top Cut for running this event, the judges as well. It was a really smooth event as well, and just I love the opportunity of being able to do this and provide this for you all. So I also appreciate Brian coming out of retirement a little bit for another one, and just tolerating me for 8 hours. It's not a you got to be paid to do that.
I'm going to thank myself as well for that one. So yeah, I thank you, Hayden, for letting me hang out. Thank you, Top Cut Events, for letting us do this. And thank you, everybody who's been watching here and every other platform / clips, whatever it may be, in the past and future. So, hey, I think that's all that we really have. Yep. It was a pretty good final, pretty quick one. But overall, very good tournament, and happy to be here.
Agreed. So you can make sure to check out the VODs on YouTube, if you're maybe watching that from this already. But again, and deck list will be out in the next 48 hours or so. So thank you guys very much. We really do appreciate it. Thank you again to Top Cut, and we'll see you at the next event. Bye-bye.